Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Bloodlines of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 25. Until when? Caleb strode into Sebastian's office, dodging the guard that tried to grab him. If he was to be treated as a guest, he had every intention of abusing the privilege. Your fathers are somewhere in the city. Sebastian turned towards him. Are they merely looking for you, or do they have another reason to be here? I asked a question first. He folded his arms and narrowed his eyes. You. Sebastian gave a slow shake of his head. Are definitely Hawk's son. I have sent a message to Kirkwall. Once your parents and the Inquisition have left my city, peacefully, I will send you, Gavrin, Leandra, and Kells on your way. What about Loghain, Naaman, Melavin, and Eli? I will be turning the elves over to the divine. Well, that's a. Caleb frowned. And Loghain. When Sebastian failed to meet his eyes, Caleb took another step forward. And Loghain. He will be remaining in my custody. Why? Caleb shook his head. He can be an asshole, but he's never done anything to you. Maker, he's technically not even 4 years old yet. He leaned on Sebastian's desk. Is it because of the mark? He is no longer your concern. Sebastian gestured at one of his guards. The only way I'm leaving without an answer is if you have them drag me. Caleb glared. He's my friend. Caleb. He's my friend. Caleb stared at Sebastian. Who is he to you? If he was that good a friend, you'd know. Sebastian leaned on the other side of the desk. If the information he gave me proves to be accurate, then. Sebastian straightened and turned to stare at the fire. Then what? Then Loghain's fate will be in the hands of his father. Caleb blinked. What the hell does Nathaniel Howe have to do with this? His father isn't Howe. Sebastian didn't turn around. His father is the abomination that destroyed Kirkwall's chantry and plunged the world into war. His. Caleb sat down heavily in the chair. Anders. It's been the better part of 10 years. Sebastian nodded. But he will pay for his crime. Or what? Caleb leaned forward. Or his son will never see daylight again. Wow. Caleb stood, and gave Sebastian a disgusted look. Elthina would be so proud. That still won't get the cells open. Burhan shook his head at Salah. Gavrin will handle getting the cells open. Kieran nodded confidently. The difficulty is going to be getting to Caleb. He is in the main part of the palace rather than in the cells. Why would he be there? Tissalin raised an eyebrow. Because. Salah sighed. Because Sebastian would never hurt me or Caleb. He set fire to a building you were in. Tissalin shook his head. Burhan glanced at Tissalin. And the only reason your friend Melavin is alive is because Caleb stepped between him and Sebastian. Salah is right. Sebastian won't hurt Caleb. He turned his eyes back to Salah. I won't pretend the sentinels aren't in danger from him, but I sincerely doubt he'd hurt any of the other children. Loghain. Kieran narrowed his eyes. Why would he hurt Loghain? Duncan asked. To hurt Anders. Why would? Agatha's eyes widened. Oh. Kieran tilted his head, and then turned to stare at Burhan. I suggest you do not misuse this information. Finethus, I intend to pretend this conversation never dash. A squirrel suddenly rushed into the middle of their group and started chittering madly. Kieran stared at it. Now. It chittered again. Well, that's going to require a change in plans. It squeaked. Go to Trian. The squirrel immediately rushed away. My squirrel is a little rusty, but I think he just said the cult is about to hit the palace. Salah raised an eyebrow. Another day she'd have laughed at the dumbfounded look on Burhan's face. They are already inside. Kieran straightened up. And Abelas is on the move as well. Jaroth growled. We won't have time for stealth. Take Agatha with you. Burhan nodded to him. I'll get inner door. When Salah gave him a surprised look, he shook his head. We don't have time for a new plan, so yours better work. Iron asked, Dirt hurry. Tissalin rose. Kieran took a deep breath, and his eyes glowed slightly. It is time. He felt the moment they were beyond the ward, but let the guards take him the rest of the way down the stairs. The manacle on his wrists were solid and heavy. Out of the corner of his eye, he examined his captors. The one to his left was close enough to his height and build. There was a slight touch of another magic to him. Time then. Loghain took a deep breath, and pulled the fade around him. His hands phased through the manacle, and he caught it easily. Then he whirled and smashed it into the face of the man next to him. Carver staggered slightly, and then he turned to the others. Change of plans. The palace is about to come under attack. They need our help. Let's move. Cullen started for the palace. Gavarin felt a touch to his magic. It wasn't as strong as it had been in the temple, but it still reinforced his own magic. Just enough of an edge. There is our signal. Noman, Eli, be ready with barriers. He stood, and drew deep. Loghain and Caleb had been dragged away. Perhaps Starkhaven needed a message sent. The sound had them all turn. Lenore felt her jaw drop. Stones and debris were raining down from what had a few seconds ago been Starkhaven's guard tower. The entire top level had been blown apart. Before the stones could hit the ground, they suddenly began to whirl as if they were feathers caught in a whirlwind. And then they were all striking some target she couldn't see. Holy shit! Kells looked around at the open air around them. Holy shit! Gavarin let the green light continue to glow around his hands as he turned towards where the guards were standing, staring with open mouths. Drop your weapons. He let the magic trail up his arms in green flames. And run. They did. Maker's breath. Bruhan stared up. What was that? Kieran smiled. Gavarin has decided to make some noise. All hell just broke loose. Agatha glanced up. That would be the signal then. Duncan fitted an arrow to his bow, and nodded to Jarath. Jarath returned the nod before kicking the door open. Caleb caught the edge of the desk as the building shook. Sebastian immediately leaped to his feet. What was? Your Grace. A guard rushed into the room. The palace is under attack. Sebastian drew his bow. Send additional forces to the cells. We should take this one back to his quarters. She grabbed Caleb's arm, and started to pull him away. Caleb started to follow, and then he saw the blood on the back of her armor. Sebastian, she's not a guard. He yanked his arm away, and she started to reach for him again. An arrow took her in the throat, and she fell. Get down! Sebastian yelled as he took aim at the men who began rushing into the room. Caleb dove to the ground and rolled behind the desk. Leandra picked up a sword, and kicked a shield towards Eli. The elven woman strapped it to her arm and smiled fiercely. Gavarin looked up from where he'd just finished casting the healing spell on Melavin. Kells immediately caught the elven man's arm and put it over his shoulder, supporting his weight. Plan? Naomin asked, moving into a protective position near Kells. Duncan, Jarath, and Agatha are heading towards the main hall. Gavarin picked up a sword of his own. She tested the heft of the blade, and gave a satisfied smile. 10 gold says we get there first. The cult had clearly expanded its numbers with mercenaries. Loghain freed his sword from his foe's ribcage. Not very talented mercenaries though. Clearly they'd decided to go for quantity over quality. Fortunately, wearing the armor of a Starkhaven guard meant the other Starkhaven guards simply assumed he was one of them. Not a particularly wise assumption to be sure, but it was making his life easier. He only had to fight the people actually attacking him. He was halfway to the gate when he heard a couple of the cultists yell something about killing the prince. A vexed growl escaped him. Duncan's arrow caught the enemy mage in the chest. Jarath spun in, using his shield to stun a cultist. Agatha promptly moved in to stab him. She stayed at his back, covering his flanks as they moved in. They were most of the way through the room when a group of Qunari entered. Immediately their sarbas began to glow. And then their sarbas was charcoal. Duncan laughed. We were just coming to rescue you. Leandre grinned in response. Less talking, more stabbing. Gavarin gestured with one hand, and all the Qunari were suddenly pulled into a tight circle, crashing into each other. He made a punching motion, and then they were on the ground, easy prey for the warriors. We need to find Loghain and Caleb. Jiroth frowned. They aren't with you. Caleb barely managed to get the sword up in time to parry a blow aimed at Sebastian's back. His counter-strike did little damage to the mercenary, but it did provide enough of a distraction for Sebastian to put an arrow in him. Are you hurt? Sebastian asked. No. Caleb shook his head. I've had far worse. Sebastian touched his shoulder, and gestured for him to follow. I need to get you to safety. You said Papa is here. If we get to him, he'll help. I'm fairly confident your fathers are not happy with me at the moment. Yeah, imagine how they are feeling about me. Caleb looked around and frowned. Where the hell are your guards? Searching the city for the rest of your friends. Sebastian growled. Well. Caleb swallowed as another group of mercenaries started down the hallway towards them. Shit. Sebastian reached for another arrow, and then hesitated. Lady Davina. The woman leading the mercenaries smiled at him. We've no quarrel with you, Prince Viel. We are here for the boy. Immediately Sebastian stepped in front of Caleb. No. She spread her hands, and gave a half bow. Magic started to glow around her hands. We've been good friends to you these past few years, my prince. You can keep the Mac tier lad. And our allegiance. He notched an arrow to his bow, and drew it back. Maker bless your children in their hour of need. Caleb hefted his sword, noting unpleasantly that Sebastian was down to 3 arrows. This is not going to be fun. Something hit the mercenaries from behind. Sebastian took advantage of the distraction to put an arrow in the mage's throat. A man in the armor of the Starkhaven Guard took the head off one of the mercenaries as Sebastian fired his last 2 arrows. As soon as the guard had downed the last of them, Sebastian began retrieving arrows. Thank the Maker, he sent you just in time. Oh, the Maker had nothing to do with me. Loghain. Caleb's jaw dropped. The knight tossed Sebastian a full quiver. This is really not how I planned to spend my afternoon. He hefted his sword. Let's get you two out of trouble, shall we? Loghain has retrieved Caleb, Kieran reported. I think we are done here. The gates are open. Our folks can get in, and Duncan can get the others out. Sala nodded. Time to rejoin your companions then. Tissalin started back towards the hallway. Or better yet, your folks. Burhan shook his head. Tissalin, surely you can reason with Dash. He went silent as other sentinels stepped out of the shadows. Considering Tissalin's immediate reaction was to step in front of Sala, he had to assume these were not allies. He moved to stand between them and Kieran. Tissalin. Abelas. The yellow eyes of Abelas turned towards him. And you would be Burhan. It would be best if the two of you stood down. I have no desire to harm either of you. Abelas, you know me far better than that. Tissalin shifted his grip on his blades. The only way you come to them is through me. I am disappointed. I never thought you would be a traitor to your own kind. Traitor. Tissalin laughed. From you, that's a compliment. I will regret this, old friend. Abelas waved a hand. Moseldinan. Magic glowed around his hands. Burhan felt a spell slide off the barrier one of the mages must have placed on him. He hefted his axe as 2 sentinels came towards him. Spells from Kieran and Sala struck against the barriers of the sentinels. He parried a blow and slammed the pommel of his axe into the face of a sentinel, shattering the man's nose and sending him staggering backwards. Tissalin parried a blow with one of his swords, and gutted his attacker with the other. A spell from Abelas struck Kieran, sending the man to the ground. He heard Tissalin shout a warcry in response. He parried another blow, keeping the sentinel from getting past him to the downed mage. The rest of the sentinels started to move in, and abruptly froze in their tracks. Abelas's eyes widened. A voice came from behind him, from Kieran's position. A voice that was decidedly not Kieran's. It was deep, resonating in his bones. Andoranatishan. Burhan turned to see Kieran back on his feet. His eyes burned with emerald fire that sent curls of pale green smoke trailing upwards. The same energy trailed over his entire body in a web of power. In his hand a staff formed from green fade stone was forming. His lips curled into something between a snarl and a smile. Delenn. Chapter 26. A group of Starkhaven guards started to block their way, then recognition seemed to dawn on various faces. My lords. Alistair narrowed his eyes. Your country is under attack. Shouldn't you be rallying to your prince? Our orders were to reinforce the cells too. The guardsman swallowed. Cullen rubbed his forehead. It would appear before we can save the children. We have to save Starkhaven. Hawk nodded. Ferelden, Kirkwall, Kal Hyrule, and the Inquisition. Lenore waved a hand, casually blasting one of the mercenaries. To the rescue. The guards just sort of looked at each other as Alistair and Cullen led the group past. Then they shrugged, and fell in behind them. I think we've cleared them out of this section of the palace. Kells looked around. Your parents will undoubtedly have been drawn here. Melavin winced as he turned towards them, but was able to walk on his own. We should take you to them. He's got a... Kells frowned. Gavrin. The mage shook his head. Something is off. Immediately all of them went on alert. What's wrong? Duncan asked. I'm not sure. The feel of... He turned towards the sentinels. Can't you feel it? Melavin and Eli both shook their heads, but Nomin nodded. The veil stirs. We need to get to the Rendezvous point. Leandra drummed her fingers into the hilt of her blade. We may also need to warn our parents. Gavrin turned towards her. They need to know what is going on. Slowly, Melavin nodded. I will take care of that. I am only slowing you down at the moment anyway. He turned towards Nomin and Eli. You will contact me as soon as they are safely out of the city. Both nodded. Thank you, Melavin. Gavrin nodded to him. Hunt well. Trian knew King Alistair was fairly angry at the situation, as was Commander Cullen. He really couldn't blame either of them. It was just that until this moment, he hadn't realized both men were sadists. Magister Adralicus gestured wildly as he filled Delon in on the history of the war between Orlais and Ferelden. It was reasonably accurate, except for the parts where he kept getting Merrick and Alistair confused and claimed the Fereldens had won the Battle of West Hill. When he switched over to telling the story of the Fifth Blight, the two members of the Ferelden honor guard that had accompanied Carver just stared at him with open-mouthed amusement. Lord Hendry had given up trying to correct the Magister and sat with his head on folded arms. Iona appeared to have gone into a meditative trance of some kind. He stood, and walked back towards the bedroom. The sound of Magister Adralicus's voice was mercifully silenced by the closed door. He was considering getting a drink when he heard a scratching sound. There was a squirrel at the window. It gave him an expectant and annoyed look. Trian winced as he opened the window. You've got to be kidding me. It chittered at him, and pointed with one paw. The king, commander, champion, and court mage are on the way to help. The squirrel chittered again and tapped one of its feet. Stone and ashes. He swept 2 coin purses into his pocket, grabbed a sword that had been left leaning against the wall, and followed the squirrel out the window. If you tell anyone I held a conversation with you, I'm turning you into a hat. It squeaked and led him down the alley. I'm noticing some holes in Starkhaven's security. Loghain slammed his shield into a mercenary's face, and then opened the man's throat. Like the part where a Fereldan knight managed to overcome his guards and break out of jail. Caleb snickered, and reloaded the crossbow he'd taken off a mercenary. Sebastian put an arrow into the last of the oncoming mercenaries. He quickly retrieved what arrows he could. This way. It kind of figures, doesn't it? Loghain glanced at Caleb. What does? I finally get to rescue a prince, and it's that one. He's probably got a white charger in the stables. You and Eli could ride off into the sunset. I don't suppose there is any chance I could get you two to take the fact that a cult is trying to perform a coup in my city seriously. Sebastian glanced over his shoulder at them. Should we tell him about the fact the cult is led by one of the Forbidden Ones? Let's not ruin his day. Blessed Andrasta. Sebastian growled. I think we are annoying him. He did technically kidnap us. We kidnapped Kells. Rescued. Loghain started to retort, then grabbed Sebastian, pulling the man to the ground a split second before a fireball exploded at his location. He rolled to his feet and flung his sword, catching the mage in the stomach. Then he charged, shield forward, sending the mage's companion flying. Caleb caught the man with a crossbow bolt while he was still in the air. Loghain put his foot on the mage's chest and retrieved his sword. Are these people trying to kill us or him? He gestured haphazardly at Sebastian. They seemed like they wanted to take me in alive. Caleb reloaded the crossbow. But they told Sebastian he could keep you. Which does bring to mind a question. Loghain peeked around the next corner, then gestured for the two of them to follow him. What's that? Caleb asked. Are we his prisoners, or is he our prisoner? Loghain grinned. For several heartbeats, the sentinels just stared. And then as one they turned around and started running. A sleep spell, the deep voice said. Not one of his better plans. Tissalin shook his head. Burhan shifted his grip on his axe. The glowing eyes turned towards him, and narrowed. I remember you. He showed a hint of fang in his smile. Fort Dricken. The elf with the ballista. He tilted his head, and then growled. You shot me. I. Burhan stumbled backwards as the glowing being started towards him. The sentinels had run like hell at the mere sight of this creature. Maybe they were the smart ones. Earthamule. Sala's voice rang out. The glowing being turned towards her, and she gave him a stern look. Stop playing with your food. She gestured. The others need our help. He felt his jaw hit the floor. The old god gave a slight shake of his head, and glanced back at Tissalin and smiled with what appeared to be genuine amusement. Feral dance. He stepped closer to Sala, putting a hand on her shoulder. You know, the last time a ruler of a city treated me with this much discourtesy. He held a hand out to Tissalin. I leveled the place. Tissalin took his hand and there was a flash of green light. They vanished, leaving him alone in Starkhaven's palace. And possibly in need of a change of pants. They found the Starkhaven guard captain trying to take a report from one of his guards. Alistair took some mild satisfaction from the man nearly choking when he realized who they were. Then he stepped back and let Cullen handle the matter. As a member of the Inquisition, he could at least pretend a legitimate reason to be storming the palace. Most of our people are dealing with a riot near the docks. The guard captain swallowed. If not for the tower exploding, we never would have realized the palace was under attack. And where is Prince Vial now? He was in the residence. The guard captain glanced at Hawk, and paled just slightly. Cullen clearly didn't miss the meaning. Who was with him? Prince Vial had us release Lord Caleb from the cells. Said he was to be treated as a guest, but not allowed to leave the palace. The guard captain took a deep breath. We've not accounted for the whereabouts of any of the He swallowed. Prince's other guests. Order needs to be restored. Quickly. Cullen began giving orders to the guards. The guard captain started to protest, and cut off when fire appeared around Hawk's hands. The rest of the guards leaped immediately at the commander's orders. It's not locked, it's jammed. Duncan looked up from the door handle. Something on the other side is blocking it. Gavrin shook his head. Without knowing what, I'm not sure it is wise to just knock it down. He glanced around. And I think I've done enough structural damage to the palace. He did kidnap us. Leandra frowned. Ahem. Kells raised an eyebrow at her. Someone give me a boost. Agatha gestured at the upper window. I can get in, go around, and get the obstruction clear. Not by yourself. Jaroth shook his head. I'm still hearing fighting. Noman handed Gavrin his shield. I'll go first, cover her while she takes care of the locks. Eli stepped up as well. Elves to the rescue. Kells knelt, and boosted Noman through the small window. As soon as the sentinel's voice came back through, he lifted Agatha up, and then Eli. He followed the squirrel into the stables where it squeaked expectantly again. Traian frowned. They couldn't have sent a note with you or something. The squirrel chittered, and then ran up one of the stall doors. It touched the latch, and then squeaked at him again. You do understand these are horses, not acorns, right? He groaned, and started grabbing tack. And I'm a dwarf. You're lucky I even know the difference between a saddle and a bridle. Squirrel wasn't one of his languages, but he was fairly certain he'd just been called something rude. How many more of these guys are there? Caleb reloaded his crossbow. I fear I am running low on arrows. Sebastian fitted another arrow to his bow. Loghain let out a small laugh when he saw another figure come through the door. You owe me 10 gold. He called out. Burhan brought his axe down into the skull of a mercenary. You owe me an explanation. With a second blade in the melee, the remaining 4 mercenaries went down quickly. Loghain cleaned the blood off his sword, but didn't sheath it. Spymaster Burhan, Prince Sebastian Viel. We were just. He frowned, and glanced at Caleb. Did we decide if we were rescuing him or taking him prisoner? Sebastian shook his head, and began retrieving arrows. Where are my guards? Dealing with a riot near the docks, as near as I can tell. Burhan handed Caleb a crossbow bolt. I caught a glimpse of your parents earlier. He gestured. That way. Before we? Loghain shook his head. Sigrun did tell you. She let you go. Burhan nodded. And you kept your word about checking in and letting us know everyone was okay. Oh good. Let's find your folks. Burhan sighed. I need a drink. That's. Loghain shifted his weight. Going to be an issue. Why? Burhan raised an eyebrow. Our folks are that way. Loghain pointed. We are going that way. He pointed in what was nearly the opposite direction. Sebastian frowned. When you asked me about the best way to the servants' garden. Loghain. Burhan narrowed his eyes. Look, Burhan, you can take Sebastian with you. We don't particularly like him anyway. Loghain took a deep breath, and then shook his head. I am called. Slowly, Burhan nodded. Caleb, I don't suppose you are going to come to your senses. I'm going with Loghain. Caleb glanced at Sebastian. Let Papa know that the palace might not have come under attack at all except Sebastian wouldn't let the cultists take me. You can't be about to let them run off. Sebastian shook his head at Burhan. I could point out they are still technically my prisoners. You could. Burhan acknowledged the words with a nod. But how do you suppose that is going to work out for you? Are you threatening me? Sebastian took a step forward. Yes. Burhan showed his teeth. I am. A tragic day. The palace of Starkhaven came under attack, and alas. He spread his hands. The Inquisition sadly arrived too late to save the prince from his own stupidity. Don't make me more annoyed at this situation than I already am. He gestured. Loghain, Caleb, get moving. Check in as soon as you are safe. Loghain saluted. Noman looked around the corner, then patted ahead lightly. Agatha followed, with Eli a pace behind. A man in dark armor stepped from a door a pace from Noman, a naked blade in his hand. Noman parried the first and second blow, and then strange markings on his opponent blazed with white light. Agatha gasped as the man's hand went through Noman's chest. The sentinel made a choking noise, and then fell as the man pulled his hand free. A slow smile spread across the man's face as he stepped over Noman's body and started towards her and Eli. Other figures began emerging from the same room. Run. Eli pulled her arm. She followed the other woman back the way they'd come. Gavrin heard Agatha's shout for them to run. Agatha! It's a trap. They are coming. Go. Her voice came back through the opening. We'll meet you at the first inn. He started to aim his staff at the door and Jaroth caught his arm. Trust her. Right. Gavrin nodded. Let's move. Agatha went around the corner to see a man in Starkhaven guard armor. She was about to gesture a warning to Eli when she saw who was with him. Caleb. Loghain's voice came from under the guard helmet. Agatha, Eli. He took a step towards them. What's wrong? Noman is dead. Eli shook her head, and her voice was raw. The Lyrium warrior and some of his people are behind us. The door to the servants' garden is just this way. Loghain gestured. We should be able to get out of the palace through there. What the hell were you even thinking? Hawk stood only a few inches from Sebastian. Cullen considered calling the mage off, but had to admit to himself that the only reason he wasn't currently punching Sebastian was Hawk was in the way. And Fenris had beaten him to it. Blood still dripped from Sebastian's nose. He turned towards Bruhan. You let Loghain and Caleb go. They weren't exactly giving me an option. Bruhan shook his head. What did you want me to do, knock them both unconscious with enemy forces all over the place? Caleb was all right. Fenris turned towards Bruhan. I would never have harmed Caleb. Sebastian shook his head. He was fine. And Sebastian is telling the truth. Caleb swore the only reason Sebastian was attacked at all is he was protecting Caleb from the cultists. Bruhan nodded. Sala is fine too. Absolutely insane, but fine. Bruhan rubbed the back of his neck. Maker, she may be the safest person in all Thedas. Alistair frowned. What does that mean? It means. Bruhan took a deep breath. Earthamil recently informed me that he has a very clear memory of the events that took place atop Fort Draken. Oh. Alistair swallowed. Shit. Lenore stared. The moment he showed up, Abellas and a dozen sentinels. Bruhan gestured. Folks that work for none other than the Dread Wolf himself, turned around and ran like rabbits. And you left Sala with him. Hawk turned towards Bruhan. Maker, Hawk. Bruhan spread his hands. Sala was the one giving the orders. She told Earthamil to take her to the others, and they promptly vanished. I didn't think magic could even do that. What about the others? Alistair folded his arms. Duncan and Jarath. They are well. They all turned at the sound of the new voice. Cullen stared at the sentinel. The man started to give a bow, but winced. Who are you? I am Melavin. The others are on their way out of the city. 2 of my people remain with them, and will send word back as soon as they are safe. He met Cullen's eyes. 3 of my people were not captured. Delon and Iona are back at the inn. Cullen nodded to him. They are fine. Tissalan is with Sala and Kieran. Bruhan added. They've asked me to provide you with the information at our disposal. Melavin squared his shoulders. Order has been restored to most of the palace, and the guard is returning from the city. Alistair nodded. Sebastian sighed. Thank you. If. He swallowed, and then straightened. King Alistair, Commander Cullen. Given the circumstances of today's events, I would like to offer Starkhaven's forces to assist you in dealing with this cult. Lenore's hands glowed white as she touched Sebastian's face. Then she went to Melavin. Alistair nodded to Sebastian. Ferelden accepts your offer of an alliance, and hopes this is the beginning of a continued friendship. His voice held just a hint of threat. The Inquisition accepts as well. Cullen nodded, and turned towards Carver. You said the Chargers were on their way. The Iron Bull can root out any remaining pockets of cultists in the city. Gavarin looked back at the palace. I'll give her 10 minutes, and then we are going in after her. I was only planning to give her 5. Jarath nodded. Looks like the fighting is mostly done. Duncan gestured towards the smoke rising from part of the city. Any sign of Sala or Kieran? Leandra? Not yet, but they were with Bruhan. Possible he managed to get them to our folks. Duncan sighed. I'm more worried about Caleb and Loghain. Your folks appear to have taken control of the palace. Kells frowned as he looked out the window. Odds are Caleb, Loghain, Sala, and Kieran are with them. He glanced back. Possible by now Agatha is as well. Kieran was sure Trian was with our folks. Gavarin turned towards Duncan. Yes. Duncan shrugged. Bruhan confirmed it. His lips twitched slightly. Kieran sent Fluffy to him. Oh. Good. Gavarin rolled his eyes. Everything is fine then. Well, at least with you guys kidnapping Bruhan. Kells twitched a shoulder. The commander isn't going to be quite so mad at me. Leandra slung her arm around his shoulders and put him into a headlock. We rescued you. She ruffled his hair before releasing him. Loghain and Ali heft their blades. The group of mercenaries started towards them, and then stopped, dazed looks on their faces. A deep voice drifted through the garden. You are terrible mercenaries. Kieran walked towards them, glowing with green light. Tissalan and Sala walked with him. Find something better to do with your lives. Blades were dropped from hands as the mercenaries started wandering off. Caleb started to snicker. Sala smiled as well. Let's go get the others. Noman has fallen. Kieran's deep voice said. Yes. Ali nodded. The Lyrium warrior. Trails of magic came from Kieran's clenched fists. Sala made a pained sound, and shook her head. Let's find the others, and get out of Starkhaven. Kieran gestured casually, and a barrier appeared on the doorways behind them, blocking anyone from following. He started walking out of the palace. This way. Chapter 27. You're. Duncan blinked. Glowing. Kieran's eyes had lit a couple times, but this was something else entirely. The man's entire body was crisscrossed with green light. And perhaps most disturbingly, Ali looked like a mouse trying very hard to show terror in front of a cat. Observant of you. He shrugged. Why is Kieran glowing? Duncan looked at Sala. Kieran got knocked out by a sleep spell. Sala shrugged. He's still out. She glanced at him. How much longer? Most likely until morning. Kieran nodded. Wait. Duncan looked from Sala to Kieran, and back. If Kieran is asleep. Oh. Earthamil, this is everyone. Everyone, this is Earthamil. Sala gestured. Kells raised a hand. Sala glanced at him, and he swallowed. Permission to panic. It's fine, he's still on our side. Caleb nodded to Kells reassuringly, then frowned and turned towards Earthamil. You are still on our side, right? If I wasn't, you would be able to tell. Earthamil shrugged. The running and screaming is usually a dead giveaway. See. Caleb turned back to Kells. Yeah. Kells took a deep breath. I think I'm going to go ahead and panic. Do it quietly. Earthamil nodded to him. Okay. Hawk sighed. Really, what were you thinking? He shook his head as he looked over the wreckage of what had been Starkhaven's guard tower, and then turned towards Sebastian. You may not have known the cult would attack, but you had to know messing with the kids was going to end in part of your city exploding. Sebastian couldn't meet Hawk's eyes. Maker, they dangled the bait in front of me and I couldn't wait to take it. I did know it was stupid. And I swear to you, Hawk, I ordered my guards not to harm any of them. One of your guards drew steel on Lord Hendry. Melavin spoke quietly from where he was standing near Cullen. And you shot me? I heard rumors about sentinels. Sebastian gestured with one hand. I thought you and Hendry were keeping the children prisoner. He sighed. Until Caleb spoke up, I considered you a threat. His eyes narrowed. I'm not convinced I'm wrong on the matter. Got something here? A guard's voice called their attention over. Burhan nodded. This is where we encountered Abelis. He looked over the two dead sentinels. Your work. Alistair raised an eyebrow at him. Tissalan. Burhan shook his head. Renanin. Melavin gestured to one of the corpses. Hanir. He pointed to the other, and sighed. Hanir was one of Tissalan's students. Ir Abelas, Harin. Burhan's voice was quiet. Ma Serenas, Delenn. Melavin closed his eyes. He shook his head, then turned his eyes to Cullen. I request leave to see to their bodies. Cullen nodded and gestured to Burhan. I'm sure Burhan can assist. Hawk frowned. There is residual magic here. Some I can figure out, but there is something else, something. Like nothing I've seen before. Lenore turned a slow circle. Earthamil. Hawk rubbed the bridge of his nose. My daughter ran off with Earthamil. Sebastian turned to the guards. Extend the search outside the castle. Send word at the first sight of any of them. Yes, Prince Viel. All right, we are going to need supplies. Sala frowned. Rapidly becoming the story of our lives. What we had was in Lord Hendry's mansion. Whatever wasn't destroyed is currently under guard. She sighed. Poor Lord Hendry. Our folks will make sure he comes out of it all right. Leandra tried to sound reassuring. He sacrificed much to aid us. Eli's voice was low. A brother when we needed one. His work will not go unrecognized. Nor uncompensated. Earthamule nodded to her. Good to know. Sala smiled, and then frowned again. Though that doesn't solve our supply problem. We've got some weapons and armor picked up from the dead mercs, but most of it's crap. We should have done what Loghain did and robbed the Starkhaven guards. She turned towards him. You didn't kill them, did you? Well, I suppose that depends on how long it takes before anyone goes looking for them. Loghain shrugged. What do we need most? Sala rubbed the back of her neck. Kells, thoughts. Panicking. Oh, right. A solution to that problem lies in that direction. Earthamule pointed. Trian is also waiting. All right. Let's move. Sala headed in the direction he had pointed. You. Gavarin gave Trian a disbelieving look. Robbed our folks, and stole their horses. It was not my idea. The squirrel chittered proudly. Kells stared at Gavarin. I could point out we also robbed your folks. That was just a safe house. It doesn't count. Caleb shrugged. Right. That excuse is absolutely going to stop the commander from killing me. Kells rubbed his forehead. Would you mind letting our folks know we got out of the city okay? Sala reached out and petted the squirrel. It squeaked at her and rubbed its head against her hand. I bet Uncle Carver would take you back to Aunt Merrill. The squirrel chirped happily and ran off. Anyone want to explain to me why Kieran is glowing? Trian glanced up at him. I am not Kieran. Trian, meet Earthamule. Earthamule, meet Trian. Caleb waved a hand. And now let's get out of town, because if our folks catch us we are in so much trouble. We. Trian stared. What? Alistair went to check in with those in Sebastian's office. Fenris was still glaring at the prince, and he thought the elf's tattoos were glowing just faintly. Hawk entered behind him. It would appear the reason nobody was killed when the tower exploded is someone neatly piled all the debris in the middle of the courtyard. He grinned at Cullen. Your son apparently remembered his manners in the middle of a jailbreak. I am so very proud. Cullen pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Hawk hesitated a moment, and then shrugged. What he did? He gestured. Breaking down an anti-magic ward, exploding a tower, and preventing fallout? Lenore and I couldn't have done that. He shook his head. Lenore and I couldn't have done that working together. Cullen stared at him. Hawk, you and Lenore are two of the most powerful mages in Thedas. A fact of which I am well aware. Hawk nodded. And neither of us could have called magic to us inside that ward, let alone enough to blow apart a stone tower without hurting anyone inside. He turned towards Sebastian. What bait did they dangle in front of you to make you decide taking that one on was a good idea? Sebastian leaned on his desk. Anders. What does Anders have to do with any of this? Hawk raised an eyebrow. Carver's voice came from behind him. The answer to that question doesn't go beyond this room. His voice was hard. Cullen, Hawk, and Alistair all turned towards him, and Carver rolled his eyes. Be honest. When you hear, stupid enough to sleep with the general's daughter, is it really Nathaniel that comes to mind? Oh. Alistair's voice was quiet. Loghain. Anders. Hawk slowly shook his head. Has a son. His head came up sharply and he turned towards Sebastian. And what exactly were you planning on doing in regards to said son? I just wanted the location of Anders. Well, then, you should have asked nicely. Carver shrugged. Caranus. Red Star District. Ask around for Lord Bailiff, and you'll get his attention. Carver folded his arms. Can't promise that will be good for you, but you'll get it. I suppose you are going to aid him. Sebastian stared at Carver. Carver laughed. Well, let's see. He started ticking points off on his finger. Anders was a fairly powerful mage before he was possessed. He's spent the past decade in working with the Warden. He's effectively the high priest of an archdemon. You messed with the most precious part of his life. He's not going to have to look far for backup, considering who and what the kid's grandfather is. He switched hands. You also threatened the child of the aforementioned archdemon, a man who was known for being overprotective and prone to acts of violence before he started a new pantheon. And the child's mother is the elven goddess of motherhood and protection. Said child is also the host of an old god. The boys and their allies just proved that the Starkhaven Guard, all the mercenaries a cult could hire, and the vanguard of the Dread Wolf are at best an inconvenience to them. And one of the kids you threw into a cell was my daughter. He let his hands drop. Not to mention Loghain's mother is my Terna and he himself is a knight in service to my son. Alistair folded his arms. And your guards went after my boys as well. And one of the kids you threw into a cell was my son. Cullen nodded. I think you also may have annoyed the divine. Fenris leaned back in his chair. And you still have a bounty out on me. Hawk shrugged. You might be approaching, too stupid to live, territory. Sebastian sighed. Caleb had already convinced me to revoke the bounty. He shook his head. I will be honest. He had just about nearly convinced me to abandon this before the attack by the cultists. He took a deep breath. I am not certain what I was thinking. I was just so focused on your desire. Carver banged his fist against the door. When all this started, Kieran told us the Formless One was a desire demon, one of the most powerful of such creatures. Sebastian's face went pale. Hawk reached a hand out and put it on his shoulder comfortingly. Why is no one else disturbed by this? Tryan gestured at the glowing being. I'm panicking. Kells nodded to him. Quietly. Is it helping? Tryan looked at him. Not really. Kells swallowed. Mind if I join you anyway? No, it's fine. I'd hate to panic alone. You aren't. Jiroth said quietly. Eli made a sound of agreement. Good to know some of you have sense. Tissalin's lips twitched. You are one of the people not panicking. Duncan shot a glare over his shoulder. So what does that say about you? He has walked the amber path, Earthamiel answered. Yeah, that clarified exactly nothing. Duncan shook his head. I will try to phrase it differently. He has knelt before the Sulanven, in the hall of scintillant exaltation, offering panegyric veneration in jubilant aria. That didn't help. Duncan sighed. The Concordat was proposed in excruciating tribulation before the tabernacle of imprecation when he espoused the chanteuse. That doesn't help either. Perhaps I could convey the concept in a simplified lexicon. Mafaroth's balls, you're doing that on purpose. Duncan glared. Your father repeatedly stabbed me. Earthamiel shrugged. Be grateful I'm contenting myself with snide remarks. I'm going to shut up now. Duncan swallowed. Why are you glowing green? Caleb asked. I dislike glowing red. Earthamiel shrugged. Are all the gods sarcastic? Caleb raised an eyebrow. Yes. Kells shook his head. Yes they are. He ran a hand down his face. And I hate what knowing that says about my life. He's just annoyed I won't let him burn down Starkhaven. Sala shrugged. He's just annoyed you won't. Kells stared at her. Let him burn down Starkhaven. She has some sort of pesky morality. Earthamiel waved a hand. Thing. He pointed. And here we are. There was a shout as they came upon the campsite. One of the people there grabbed for a bow. Jiroth started to shout as the arrow came flying in their direction. Earthamiel caught it several inches from his chest. I'm going to ask you not to do that. He snapped the arrow in half. Once. It's okay. A young woman stood up, gesturing for others to halt. Two of the other Griffin riders got hold of the others who had gone for their weapons. We know them. She looked from Sala to Earthamiel to Caleb and then back to Earthamiel before shrugging. Or we thought we did. What the? Greta started to ask. Hey, Greta. Sala nodded to her. We are short on gear. So we are stealing your supplies. Hope you don't mind. A rather questionable pesky morality thing. Earthamule shook his head. Greta looked from Earthamule to Sala, and then back again. She nodded. Help yourselves. Thanks. Earthamule tilted his head at Greta. Would you pass a message to the spymaster for me? Any sign of them yet? Alistair paced back and forth, trying not to give in to the urge to strap his shield to his arm and go looking himself. It wasn't as if he didn't trust Sebastian, or rather, it wasn't just that he didn't trust Sebastian. His boys were in danger. And not just from the cult. The forces of the Dread Wolf had made an appearance. Not only is there no sign of them. Cullen looked ready to start stabbing people himself. Apparently our forces back at the inn lost Traian. Alistair kicked the wall. For the love of... He waved a hand. You led the army that took down Corypheus. Hawk put down a Cunary invasion. I'm the king of Ferelden. He growled. How can a less than a dozen kids be giving us this much trouble? Probably because they are our kids. Carver answered as he entered the room. I sent word to my riders to start searching outside the city. The kids are probably on the dash. A small gray creature came flying through the doorway. It did a circuit of the room before leaping from the desk to Carver and climbing up him. The squirrel reached his shoulder and began squeaking. What the? Hawk started to ask. Carver shushed him and nodded to the squirrel. All of them. The squirrel nodded and squeaked again. Where? The squirrel hesitated, then gave an apologetic squeak. No, I understand. It made an inquisitive chitter. She's missed you too. There was a hopeful chirp. Of course you can. He offered the squirrel a bit of something out of his belt pouch. Make yourself cozy in my pack. The squirrel took the item from him, shoved it into its mouth, squeaked again, and rushed back off. You are going to explain that? Hawk stared at his brother. Right. He's a friend of Meryl's. Carver shrugged. The kids have regrouped and they are all alive and safe. And heading out of the city. The squirrel. Alistair sighed. You know, being that your cousin once got into a rhyming contest with a tree, I don't know why I'm even finding this strange. Where do we go from here? Duncan asked. The ruins in which we first encountered them are located in Antiva, Tissalan said. Perhaps they return there? Earthamule shook his head. The cult is already fleeing the city. West, back into Nevera. It gets us out of Starkhaven, so it's as good a direction to head as any. Leandra shrugged. Sala nodded. Kells, are you done panicking? Mostly. If we head back into Nevera, where is the first Inquisition safe house we'll find? Back in Hesmel. Kells furrowed his brow. One of our agents is a seamstress, and maintains one in the basement of her business. She'll report back our presence. Agatha frowned. I'm not worried about that. Sala shrugged. Why not? Duncan turned towards her in surprise. Duncan, somehow, our parents found us in Starkhaven. She gestured towards Tissalan. He says they got there a few days after we did. Pretty sure no matter where we go, our parents will be following close behind. She smiled before turning to Earthamule. I don't suppose you could convince whoever is helping them to stop. Your question implies a willingness to make the attempt. Her smile became a frown. You think we are going to need them. Each decision you make branches more paths before you, changing with the choosing. You have already altered the flow of time and stretched boundaries of reality. Earthamule's glowing eyes swirled slightly. Ripples no longer reflect enough to be read, and thus I cannot be certain you will not. That's fair. Sala nodded. Sirs. A guard stuck his head into the office tentatively. We seem to have something of a situation here. Explain. Sebastian nodded to him. We found some of the mercenaries still alive, but... The guard shook his head in confusion. Well, we aren't sure what is going on. Sebastian glanced at Hawk, who nodded and followed him and the guard out of the room. The guard led them into the gardens of the palace, then gestured. A man dressed in servant's clothing bowed when he saw them. My lords. Hawk stared for a moment. What are they doing? As near as I can tell, Sarah, they are making topiaries. The servant turned back towards where the two men were working. I thought about asking the guard to stop them. He shrugged. But they are doing a really good job. They continued staring for several minutes as the two heavily armed ruffians pruned the hedge shape. Footsteps caused them both to turn, and they saw Cullen approaching with several of the guard, accompanied by Melavin. Is that supposed to be a fish? Cullen raised an eyebrow at the topiary. Sebastian rubbed his forehead. Actually, I think I kind of like it. You should ask them to do a maberry next. Hawk pointed at one of the untrimmed hedges. Your guards found another of the mercenaries. Cullen pointed back the way he had come. He is sitting in your southern guard tower, painting a picture of the ships in the river. And a messenger from the chantry claims that two more are insisting on being allowed to take vows. I don't suppose you can explain this. Hawk turned to look at Melavin. You've seen the effect spirits can have on mortals. Melavin gestured at the men working on the hedge. Earthamule. Hawk shook his head, and then pointed at the gardening mercenaries. Did that? The first time the elves called upon the spirit that eventually became known as Earthamule. Melavin smiled. What he inspired was nothing less than Arlathan itself. He swallowed. The muse walks the world once more. Maker's breath. Sebastian stared. You're not like Cole. Cole was compassion. Earthamule nodded to Gavrin. There are overlaps between emotions, certainly. But we stem from different sources. And sometimes the line between spirit and demon is a thin one. Gavrin frowned. Cole became angry when he couldn't help. He sighed. Can I ask why? He shook his head. I am not sure how to phrase it. You wish to know why I do not answer prayers? Yeah. Gavrin nodded. I guess I do. A farmer prays for rain, so that his crops will grow. A traveler prays for sun, so he may reach his destination safely. An old woman prays for a peaceful ending to come quickly, while her grandchild prays for more time with her. A mage prays for freedom while a Templar prays for them to remain in their cage. Soldiers on both sides of a battle pray for victory. Earthamule spread his hands. Whom shall I answer? But can't you steer them on a better path? As the wolf intends to do. Gavrin nodded slowly. I see your point. Who defines better? He sighed. But if you are inspiration. Anders was inspired by justice. Meredith was inspired by faith. Corypheus was inspired by pride. Earthamule shook his head. I inspire what lies within the heart, and the heart of a mortal can be a treacherous place to wander. I see. Gavrin nodded. Thank you. You. Alistair stared at the young griffin rider that had come with the report for Carver. Let them take off with all the supplies. She shuffled her feet. Look, Your Majesty, I know you do things a little differently in Ferelden. She squared her shoulders. But I'm from Kirkwall. I have a very strict policy about arguing with glowing people. Alistair opened his mouth, and then shut it again and rolled his eyes. He growled. My son, the future king of Ferelden, is robbing people. I seem to recall during the Blight. Brehon started to say. You shut up. Alistair held up a finger without bothering to turn towards him. And that was mostly Braska. He furrowed his brow. And Lenore. And Zevran. And Jarath. He glanced back at Brehon. Didn't they steal Loghain's crown? And were rather annoyed they couldn't convince you to wear it to the land's meet. Brehon's lips twitched. Whatever happened to that thing, anyway? Lenore uses it as a paperweight. He heard a snicker from Magister Arendar before she managed to compose her face once more. Gretel looked back and forth between them, then suddenly brightened. Oh, he did ask me to pass a message to the spymaster. Brehon raised an eyebrow at her. And what is that? She took a deep breath. He said it's either Ma Shemnan or Emma Solin Nan. And that your accent is bad enough without you butchering the idioms. Alistair tried very hard not to laugh at the look on Bruhan's face. And failed. Badly. For over 1,000 years, the Imperium has been calling to the old gods, with no response. Magister Arundel frowned. One finally shows himself, and the first thing he does. She turned towards Bruhan. Is correct your grammar? Apparently, Bruhan said through gritted teeth. Magister Adelricus was practically beaming. This is the best day ever. Chapter 28. Ian. Melvin smiled at the sight of the scholar. Lord Henry immediately stood and walked towards him. You crazy? He shook his head. What were you thinking? You could have been killed. Melvin put his hand on Lord Henry's shoulder. Peace, Lethalin. He nodded to Delon and Iona, and took a deep breath. Nomen has fallen. Delon closed his eyes, and Iona hung her head. Lord Henry made a pained noise. Oh Mel. I am so sorry. Sala saw the glow fade from Kieran, and he gave her a confused look. She smiled. Back with us. He tilted his head slightly, half closing his eyes. I did not anticipate that particular vulnerability. I'm not sure it's a vulnerability. Your alter ego is a bit. She shrugged. Well, he's not quite as nice a person as you are. She furrowed her brow. Though he did help us. I admit to being just a little surprised by that. We are not wholly separate individuals. If he was unwilling to take on this quest, I would not be either. We walk the same paths. He touched her hand. I hope he did not disturb you. She leaned forward and kissed him. He didn't. But I am glad to have you back. Kieran smiled, and returned the kiss. Ruya stared at the crystal in her hand, trying to process what her husband was telling her. And he is certain it was Abelas. He claims the sentinel with him at the time, Tissalin, called Abelas by name. Colin's voice held sympathy. Their target appeared to be Kieran. What about this staff? Assuming we can trust the information provided by Melvin, it is an item powerful enough that an old god not only personally hid it away, he erased his own memory of it completely. Melvin claimed that even now, Kieran cannot retain the memory of anything regarding the staff. It's possible Salas's interest has nothing to do with the staff. Kieran is vulnerable, and the son of the two biggest threats to Salas's plans. Ruya started to pace the room. And the sentinels with the children. One of their number, Nomen, died protecting the kids. 2 remain with them, Tissalin and Eli. At least according to the most recent sighting of the kids. Colin's voice came back over the crystal. What do we know of them? Eli's mother was the sister of Melvin and Delon. If I'm interpreting what they said correctly, she was in that library place you found through the Eluvians when Fenharil created the veil. That combined with what he did in regards to Mythal seems to have soured them on him fairly well. Though they have clearly stated that they have no interest in going to war against the sentinels that did follow Fenharil and are reluctant to even give us information on them. Colin sighed. I sympathize. Even with what I knew the other Templars were doing, it was hard to raise a blade against them. I know. Assure them we won't ask them to. Like the others, Eli is an arcane warrior. She's apparently much heavier on the warrior than the arcane. Iona mentioned that Eli has a fondness for young Loghain, and when Lenore pressed, she could almost hear Colin blushing. Well, Lenore is continuing to express her doubts that young Loghain and old Loghain are related in any fashion. Oh Maker. Ruya shook her head. I think I'll leave that part out of what I tell Anara. Melvin reminded me that Eli is a sentinel, and they held their duty as protectors for thousands of years. He seems certain she will stay with the children to defend them until relieved of that duty. And the other one? Tissalin. Colin was silent a moment. The one the cult killed earlier, Anara, was his granddaughter. Nomen was Anara's apprentice and surrogate son. Tissalin already killed 2 other sentinels defending Kieran, one of whom was a former student, and Bruhan said Tissalin is the one that took him prisoner when he tried to bring Sala and Kieran in. Melvin. Colin swallowed. He said the only reason Tissalin came with them was Anara and Nomen, and admitted he is not sure which direction Tissalin would otherwise have gone. But he was willing to fight Abelas. Burhan made a comment about bringing Salah back to us in a sack. Tissalin's response was to nearly dislocate Burhan's shoulder, and he informed Burhan that if he made any moves Tissalin could possibly interpret as a threat to Salah, Tissalin would snap his spine. Threat to Salah? Yes. Not to Kiran. Tissalin didn't seem to be of the opinion Burhan could present a threat to Kiran. That. Ruya shook her head. As formidable as she knew her spymaster was, he might have had a point. Though I did once see Burhan push Jarath into a river. She stared down at the crystal. So this Tissalin is both willing to defend the kids and has reasons of his own to want to deal with the cult. There is more, though you'd have to get Burhan to confirm details. They used a lot of Elvish words I didn't understand, but the gist of it seems to be that Earthamil and Tissalin have some kind of previous acquaintanceship due to Tissalin's wife having been a disciple of some sort. All three sentinels agreed that Tissalin would be perfectly willing to kill anyone he thinks is a danger to Earthamil. Cult, follower of Fenharil, or side. Us, if it came to that. And that he might have a liberal interpretation of danger in that regard. Great. Ruya leaned on the wall and bowed her head. So we've got a loyal defender and a wild card with the kids. For the time being, Melavin has accepted my authority, and the others are following his lead. Which is good, because it's keeping them from assassinating Prince Viel. They are rather angry regarding his treatment of Lord Hendry. It was several seconds before Cullen continued. The matter of Lord Hendry is complicated. He violated his agreement with the Inquisition, and thus with the Divine, and thus technically is a criminal. However, Cullen's voice became frustrated. If I attempt to arrest him, I'll also have to arrest the Sentinels, which will cost us their cooperation. Melavin was quite willing to die protecting Lord Hendry, and had Carver not called the other two off, we'd have already had an incident. What's this about Carver calling the other two off? He used his Templar abilities, then asked them if they knew who he was. It seems they did, and that was enough to get them both to settle back down. Cullen's voice was quiet when he spoke again a moment later. Carver informed us that Mythal knew of the Sentinels' presence in Starkhaven and had chosen to leave them be. More secrets. Ruya sighed down at the crystal. There is. When the crystal remained silent, Ruya frowned down at it. Cullen. No, you need to know, because it could be a factor. One of the secrets that has recently been revealed is the current location of Anders. Which Carver has apparently known all along. That is how the cult got Sebastian to work with them. Ruya closed her eyes and considered banging her head on the wall. Capture Leandra to blackmail the information from Carver. No. Cullen took a deep breath. It seems that. He sighed. Young Loghain is Anders' son. The cult apparently offered to let Sebastian keep Loghain, and gain their assistance in dealing with Anders, in exchange for the rest of the children. Sebastian refused that offer, which I think is the only reason Hawk didn't set him on fire over recent events. Well. Ruya actually did bang her head on the wall. Shit. Who else knows this information? Sebastian, his guard captain and a couple others in his guard, who knows who in the cult, myself, Alistair, Hawk, and Fenris. And I suspect Burhan knows, but I'm not sure how long he's known. Carver confirmed the information, and made it very clear how bad an idea following up on it would be. Ruya sighed. I'll talk to Anara. As gently as possible. Melavin instructed me to send word as soon as you were safely away from the city. Alai folded her arms. We sent Fluffy back. Sala nodded. Alai shook her head. Lady Sala, I'm not certain that counts. Sala sighed, and then nodded. The problem is sending a message that cannot be intercepted. She frowned. Agatha, does House Braska have any ciphers that might work? Yes, but it's likely Fenharil has spies in our ranks as well, so. Ugh. Not to mention just sending a message would give them information on which direction we went when we left the city. I'm kind of assuming Fenharil knows that already. He's got to know we'd still be following the cult. Sala rubbed the back of her neck, and then suddenly smiled. No, I know what to do. Gabriel looked around the Fade. Why had he dreamed himself into the Kirkwall's Templar Hall? Granted, the place no longer made him nervous even if it did once again host Templars, it was just an odd place to find himself. He was starting to focus to send himself elsewhere when... Hawk. He turned, and smiled. Fenrir. He started to open his mouth, and then sighed. Oh, for the love of... He shook his head. Why didn't I think of that? Sala and I do have some pre-arranged signals. Fenrir smiled. It's good to see you, even here. I am on my way to Minrithus to assist Magister Pavis. Sala asked me to let you know they are all safely some days outside of Starkhaven and Kieran is no longer glowing. Both something of a relief. Can you keep an eye on her? 2 or 3 years ago, I would have said yes. Fenrir shook his head. She's grown in strength and skill since then, and can hide from me easily enough now. But she promised to meet me at our normal place for lessons in 3 days to check in again. How did you find me? Gabriel raised an eyebrow. You were sent to my dreams once before, and this was the location. I pulled on the echo. It's a trick I unfortunately have yet to teach Sala, which is why she couldn't come to you directly. Fenrir smiled. And I think she's a little afraid you are going to be angry at her. I am absolutely furious at her. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Running headlong into danger like a mage who once risked his life against Templars, demons, and slavers to save a boy he'd never met. Fenrir put a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. Only to later risk worse than death in the Fade to save that same boy. I am apparently a lousy role model. Gabriel shook his head. How is your mother? She's well. She runs a shop in Guerin now. Do give her my regards. Take care of yourself, Hawk. I admit, having tents does make being on the road a little easier. Caleb stirred the pot over the fire. But I'd still like to get an actual bed. Tryan poured coins back into a pouch. We've 217 gold, horses, gear, and weapons. He looked up. How are we doing on other things? We've got adequate healing supplies. Gavrin examined one of the bags. This staff is the next best thing to a broom though. He tapped the staff he'd taken from the healer on their way out of the jail, then gave Sala a curious look. Where did you get that staff? She touched the faintly glowing green staff. Kieran and I weren't able to grab our staffs when leaving the estate. Earthamule made this one. She trailed a hand down it. He just sort of grew it out of the Fade. Could. Gavrin frowned. Could this Tilda staff be something like that? He shook his head. We should have thought to ask Earthamule while he was here. I did. Sala shrugged. And? He said, what staff? She rolled her eyes. But my guess is you are onto something. She offered the staff to Gavrin. He took it from her, and let out a low whistle. This is. He balanced it in hands. Different. He wrinkled his nose, and offered it back. Itches. He wiped his hands on his tunic after she took it from him. Sala looked down at the staff. What do you mean itches? Like a prick cling in my hands when I touch it. He raised an eyebrow. You're not getting that from it. No. She waved Kieran over. Can you explain? It is tuned to your key. Kieran nodded. He plays a different harmony. To Salin, could the Tilda staff be something like this one? Sala turned towards him. Staffs are not my area of expertise. Tissalin folded his arms. However, you may be onto something. Though that would imply that it was Earthamule himself, rather than Ostalius, who made the staff. What are we discussing now? I'll explain in a bit. All right. Gavrin looked at the staff in Sala's hand. That one is at least as powerful as Hawk's. Something made by Earthamule at the height of his power, wielded by a mage as powerful as Fenharil. As if we didn't have enough nightmare fuel. Duncan said quietly. That would also explain why they need Kieran. Jiroth began gathering the dishes. Earthamule crafted it, and warded it. He is the only one that can unlock it. He frowned. And for some reason, they think they can get him to do so. That is not a comforting thought. Kieran frowned. No. It certainly is not. Kells stood, and started taking the tents down. And my accent is fine. Even though he wasn't actually in the room, Leliana controlled her urge to smile. She was afraid he'd hear it in her voice. And it is natural there would be some lingual shifts over thousands of years, as well as multiple dialects. And if I was butchering idioms, Jarath would never have passed up the opportunity to make a smart remark about it. The laugh did escape her at that point. Especially considering how often you directed that particular idiom at him. She shook her head fondly. And I seem to recall you and Salas yelling at each other in Elvish on at least one occasion. Anyway, Fenrir said Sala reported the kids had all regrouped and made it safely out of Starkhaven, but had not determined their next destination. They did arrange another time and place for checking in, and Fenrir said he will bring Hawk along for the meeting. He might be able to bring some others, but made no promises, and reminded us that the fate is dangerous enough for mages. I recall. Leliana shook her head. I'll let Dorian know to expect Fenrir. Arlathma, Amasha. Niu, Vihanan. Sala watched Kieran and Gavrin set wards around their camp. Considering their track record with buildings, it seemed to make more sense to remain outside the city. And this way, enemies would have a harder time sneaking upon them. Her brother had grumbled about the lack of real beds before further lamenting the loss of their confiscated whiskey. Or he had, until Kells had threatened to gag him. Loghain and Eli were out gathering firewood. She could only hope they actually remembered to bring some firewood back when they were done. Kells and Tryan were going over maps and trying to restore what notes they had. She was starting to think Kells just had some sort of compulsion towards making reports. Tissalan was showing Agatha some combat techniques using a small sickle-like weapon in each hand. Duncan was going through the arrows they'd collected, repairing some and rejecting others. A few feet from him, Jarath sat with his back against a tree, and she thought the man might just be asleep. "You okay, Lala?" Leandra came and sat down next to her. "Just trying to decide where to go next. I had thought we'd dealt a considerable blow against the cult back in Nessum, but they still had the resources to throw a lot of mercenaries at us. Not very good mercenaries." Leandra shrugged. "I think it's closer to they threw a lot of barely armed desperate men at us." She sighed. "Even in our time, the Inquisition is still dealing with rogue Templars, mages, and Venatori turned bandit after all the trouble. Is that what you and Gavrin do? The Inquisitor and the Divine have a lot on their hands, and can't be everywhere at once. So, sometimes they send Gavrin." Leandra smiled at where Gavrin and Kieran were having a friendly argument about types of wards. Just the fact that he is the Inquisitor's son is enough to soothe a lot of ruffled feathers. And when it's not, he's also a pretty good diplomat. And if diplomacy fails, Leandra touched her sword hilt. "There is me." Her smile faded. "We win more than we lose, but you can see the storm clouds coming." She looked down at her hands, and rubbed at her fingers. "Did I tell you we were eloping?" She shook her head. "No. Somehow you failed to mention that. Our folks want us to wait. They say we are too young." Leandra shook her head. "But it's him and me. Always has been. Always will be." She chuckled. "You'd think our parents would be the first to understand something like that. You'd think our parents wouldn't be surprised about any of this. And yet the only ones not freaking out are Kieran's folks. And Loghain's father." Sala drew her legs closer to her. "Though that might be because my fathers are involved and there are still a lot of hard feelings there." "Yeah." Leandra furrowed her brow. "I bet Prince Vial isn't having a very good week." She smirked. "Which one of your fathers do you think punched him first?" "Fenris." Sala nodded. "Definitely Fenris." She turned towards Leandra. "When this started, our information put the cult at the border between Tevinter and Orlais. I think they are heading back that way to regroup." "That makes sense. With the entire Starkhaven Guard, our folks, and the Chargers underway, they'd want to put some distance. The Inquisition doesn't have forces in Tevinter, and even 16 years from now the Lucerni would be hard-pressed to rally a significant military challenge. Even with the Black Divine being a reformer. Then we head that way." Loghain put his arm around Eli, and she leaned into him. Burhan is with the Inquisition. He will see that no man is treated with respect. He didn't want to stay in Starkhaven. Ali sighed. He was thinking of going to Ferelden. Joining the settlement there. She smiled sadly. Taking up a craft again, perhaps finding some apprentices to ensure what he knew lived on. He and Enara used to shape images in crystal. And now they are both gone. There is no one left in all the world that knows how anymore. The world is made smaller by his loss. He held her tightly as she wept. Enara held the teacup in both hands, staring down into the liquid inside. I thought I was barren. Maker, I was past 40. Didn't realize I was pregnant. Just thought I was getting old a little sooner. She sighed. My son was a gift, Inquisitor. A wish I'd been making for so many years. When my father told me goodbye, he told me my wish had not gone unheard. It's true then. Ruya half closed her eyes. I know. You're wondering what I was thinking. Enara shook her head. I wasn't. I know you met Anders, a few times. He looked like Kalen, shared some of the same traits. She turned the cup around in her hands. Not a strong resemblance. Just enough that. Her smile was sad. Just enough that a sad old woman could sometimes pretend for a few precious hours she was with the one she loved. I was the same for him. I don't love Anders. He doesn't love me. But we share a son, and he is so very precious to us both. Anders knows about Loghain then. He visits. He brings Loghain books. Sometimes a toy or other trinket as well, but always books. Sometimes I'll come into Loghain's room to tuck him in, and find Anders there, reading him a bedtime story. She took a sip of the tea, and then her face hardened. I trust Prince Vial has been informed of the potential consequences of going near my son again. Carver Hawk. Ruya nodded. And for that matter, Cullen, Alistair, Hawk, and Fenris, all made that very clear to him. Good. Duncan hid a smile when he saw Jaroth gently brush some of Agatha's hair away from her face. It was good, seeing his friend take a few minutes for himself. A little weird, seeing him and Agatha look at each other that way, but good. He ran a whetstone over the blade of one of his knives. Jaroth stepped in to spar with Tassalin, and Duncan gestured for Agatha to sit with him. How many knives do you carry anyway? Agatha glanced at the knife in his hand. Usually around 4. You. Right now I've only got 10. I haven't had time to put all the sheaths and stuff in my new gear yet. Next time we pass through a town I should get some thread. I recall an occasion one of the Inquisition's agents visited my court. Charter, I think her name was. For some reason, we ended up taking bets on which one of you was carrying more knives. Who won? Nobody. We could never get either of you to divest yourselves of all your knives so we could count them. Papa Zevran told me about a time he'd gone on a job with 18 knives, and ended up not having enough. So now, before heading out, official House Braska policy is to always carry at least one more knife than enough. And how many is enough? Agatha winked at him. Oh, Duncan. A girl can never have enough knives. He chuckled, and tested the edge of the knife before replacing it and drawing a different one. So you and Jaroth. She went still for a moment, and then nodded. Yeah. She was quiet. It an issue. He's my best friend. Duncan slid the whetstone over his knife. Has been my entire life. What was her name? Agatha's voice was quiet. Anya. And she. The scar, the one next to his heart. Duncan tested the edge of the blade. It was an arrow. He saw it at the last second, no time to do anything but step into its path. So he did. If he'd hesitated at all, I'd have died that day. Instead, he nearly did. He replaced the blade, and then drew the one from his boot. When he recovered, Anya asked him to go to High Ever with her. A new life. A safe life. He turned the knife over in his hands. And he said no. So she went alone. She threw his ring back at him and said she wasn't going to waste her life on a man convinced he was born to die for another. Left Ferelden altogether. Duncan looked down at the whetstone. 24 years, he's been at my side. My sword and shield. So. He met her eyes. Break his heart, and I might just kill you. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. Duncan, I've got the feeling you and I could be good friends. Cullen looked down at the map. Are you sure? As sure as memory can be. Unfortunately. Melvin shot a glare towards Sebastian. Someone set fire to the information we'd gathered. Well, the three of you seem to mostly be in agreement on the locations. Burhan leaned on the table. And the Dread Wolf's spies are all too good at what they do. I'll see about getting agents to these locations, as carefully as possible. I'll show you to the rookery. Sebastian nodded to Burhan and led him out of the room. I suppose it is too much to hope the kids don't have this information. Alistair raised an eyebrow at Melvin. All of them had a chance to look it over. Including Kells. Cullen looked up. Kells was the one that took dictation while we translated. Then they are likely doing better than we are. Kells hasn't forgotten a report detail in 8 years. And Tryan practically runs a noble dwarven house. Safe to say the kids are doing all right on their logistics. Alistair shook his head. Kells. Melvin folded his arms. He at one point claimed they had kidnapped him. They did. Cullen nodded. Though I think at this point he's a willing enough prisoner. He was rather afraid of your wrath. The phrase, latrine duty for the rest of his life, was uttered multiple times. Considering they also managed to kidnap Burhan. Alistair chuckled. Which I haven't given him nearly enough grief over. I trust Kells. Cullen shrugged. He's family, and if I thought he was going along for an adventure rather than because he was trying to look out for Gavrin, I would be angry. I suppose that does explain why Kells and Jaroth seemed to be the only two with any sense. Both along solely to protect their charges. Melvin nodded, then looked up at Alistair. Though it does appear your son knows the value of such loyalty. I am pleased to hear it. Alistair smiled. He shrugged. Well, as a child, he tended to take it for granted. While they are young, and prone to the mistakes of youth, you have raised fine sons. Though I admit to being somewhat surprised at your eventual choice of son-in-law, all things considered. Wait. Alistair blinked. What do you mean son-in-law? Melvin looked taken aback, and then his eyes widened. You. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. They didn't tell you. You. Alistair narrowed his eyes. Tell me. After. Melvin glanced over his shoulder as if contemplating the distance between himself and the door. Duncan made a reference to Loghain being married to his younger sister. Alistair took several deep breaths. He clenched and unclenched his fists. Okay, did they happen to mention whose idea that was? I need to know who to execute. Chapter 29. Sala looked over the map, then chewed on her lower lip. House Braska and the Inquisition are very good at what they do. She touched a couple of the marked locations. Starkhaven is an anomaly, both because it lacked a strong Inquisition presence and because the Inquisition wasn't worried about that enough to have much of a covered Inquisition presence. She frowned at the map again. Nor did other groups, such as Fenharil or the Ben Hasrat. You're thinking that if they are retreating to a backup base, it's going to have to be in Tevinter. Agatha nodded. But not too far to the north. We still need to figure out where exactly to go, and how to get there. I'd like to stay off the main roads, but we are still lacking in folks that have woodlore. Sala shook her head. Maybe we shouldn't have let Burhan go. What is this thing you have about kidnapping people? Kells stared at her. He was a fairly cooperative prisoner. Sala shrugged. These are the ones Fenharil knows about. My guess is they'll be somewhere else entirely. He thinks he's smarter than Mythil, and trickier than the Dread Wolf. Caleb. She turned towards her brother. Barad eyes. This Siofra may think she runs the cult, but he's the mind behind it. And he has a history of hiding in plain sight. Plus he likes to think of himself as clever, and wants to get under people's skin. Caleb leaned on the table. 100 gold says they've got a base here, and it's where they are headed. They all stared at where his finger was pointing on the map. That. Duncan started to nod. I think he might be onto something. He shook his head. They could have allied with any noble. They picked Sebastian Viel. He wrote books on himself. One side of Gavrin's mouth curled up in a thoughtful smile. His plan so far has been pretty elaborate and flashy. Agatha folded her arms. It fits with how everything has been going for us so far. Loghain shrugged. Kieran tilted his head slightly and then nodded. Pride. Sala stared at the city name just above Caleb's finger. Salas. The safe path is down the river and then up the Imperial Highway. Eli shook her head at Duncan. That almost doubles the distance we have to travel. Duncan held his ground. And who knows what they can do with more time to plan. He turned to Sala. Tell her. Actually, I think she's right. Sala patted her horse. What? Duncan raised an eyebrow. We've a history of our own. Charging right in. Sala shook her head. They set one trap for us already based on that. She sighed. And it killed Noman. She turned to face Duncan. They have more people than us, know the territory, and we are at a disadvantage on the road. Plus the last thing anyone would expect is for us to do the sensible thing. So you are going to give them more time to prepare. Duncan narrowed his eyes. We need to. Duncan. Sala took a deep breath. You agreed to follow me. This is my decision. He stared at her for almost a full minute. Her eyes never left his. Mafaratha's balls. He wrinkled his nose, but nodded. By your order. He stalked off to tend to his own horse. Well done. Sala almost jumped at the sound of Tassalin's voice. Thank you. She hesitated a moment. Can I ask you a question? I sincerely doubt I could stop you. He caught the horse's head and began putting on a bridle. Why weren't you afraid of Earthamule? Tassalin adjusted the bridle, and petted the horse's neck before answering. Why weren't you? I. Sala blinked. Actually, that's a pretty good question. He's. She glanced back at where Kieran was helping pack a tent. I guess I knew I didn't need to be. There is danger yet ahead, Murdhadri. Tassalin nodded. Be wary. Should be easy enough. Gavrin shrugged. I thought you'd say that. Sala nodded. I imagine you are pretty experienced in the Fade. Leandra. Gavrin raised an eyebrow at her. No. You sure? About not getting dragged into the Fade? Absolutely. Leandra slashed a hand downward. In fact, I'll be over there. Wide awake. Maybe drink some tea. I thought you liked fighting dragons. Gavrin smiled. I like it when the dim ground stays where it is supposed to. You can bring a non-mage into the Fade. Duncan looked from Leandra to Gavrin and Sala. It's a bit tricky, but yes. Sala gestured. And with Kieran to help, it should go smoothly. She turned back to Gavrin. I'll show you where Fenrir and I meet. That way, if I can't check in for some reason, you or Kieran can. I want to come. Duncan rose and joined them. Are you mad? Jarath stood as well. You don't have to come. Duncan shook his head at Jarath. I'll just be asleep. 5 feet from you. Jarath narrowed his eyes, and for a moment Sala was pretty sure Duncan was going to get punched again. It's the only way I'll get to talk to my father without getting shoved into a barrel. He'll be fine. Gavrin nodded to Jarath. Sala and I are old hands at this, and Kieran as well. He shrugged. Kieran. No. Jarath gestured with one hand. You do remember which one of us gives the orders, right? Duncan folded his arms. You do remember which one of us can put the other in a barrel, right? Jarath stood his ground. Once Sala locates Fenrir and whomever he brings, I can pull everyone into our domain. Kieran tilted his head. There will be no danger of outside interference then. Duncan. We'll need you out here anyway, in case something attacks the camp. Duncan put his hand on Jarath's shoulder. The Fade is dangerous enough for mages. Jarath shook his head. It is a stupid risk to take. It's my decision, and it is final. Jiroth growled. Yes, Your Majesty. His tone made the words manage to sound both threat and insult. He stalked back to where he had been sitting. Agatha came up to stand beside him and glared daggers at Duncan. Duncan turned around, ignoring them both. What do I do? What do I do? Alistair raised an eyebrow at Hawke. Lenore will be performing magic on this end, enough to send us all into the proper state. Fenrir will do the rest. Hawke gestured haphazardly. All you need to do is relax. Under the circumstances, that may be easier said than done. Alistair chuckled. I would prefer to avoid another visit to the Fade, personally. Zevran shook his head. It's not a demon pulling this time. Lenore smiled reassuringly. Burhan. I would rather undergo the joining again. Burhan didn't look up from where he was writing a missive. Fenris. Yes. Hawke blinked, and turned towards him. You. Fenris looked uncomfortable, but nodded. Yes. I am coming as well. Cullen spoke up. Lenore blinked. Cullen. If Sala brings anyone along, it will most likely be her fellow mages. Cullen looked a little bit green. And I need to see my son. Where are we, exactly? Duncan looked around. It was a garden of some kind, but everything appeared just slightly off-kilter. Roses and strawberries decorated the same plant. The garden at my family's estate. Sala touched one of the roses. Duncan shivered slightly. Why is everything floating? A deep voice answered. The Fade is not a direct representation of your world. It is not architecture or geography that matters here, but concept and symbol. It is an expression of thought. He glanced from Earthamil to Sala. Sala and Gavrin exchanged a rueful look, and then Sala nodded to Duncan apologetically. We should have thought to warn you. The waking me is Kieran. Earthamil waved one hand carelessly. This is the world of dreams. His head tilted. Okay. Duncan shifted awkwardly. Gavrin touched Duncan's shoulder. Are you all right? I don't know. Duncan took a deep breath. It keeps changing, moving in the corner of my eye and the shadows aren't lining up. It's just. He swallowed. Wrong. Earthamil's eyes swirled slightly, and abruptly the area seemed to snap into focus. The edges righted themselves, and everything lined up to a single gravity. Are you more comfortable now? Yes. Duncan closed his eyes and reopened them. Thank you. He nodded to Earthamil. What is the Fade like for you? Sala asked Earthamil. Home. Earthamil looked around. The air of your world is empty and unchanging. Is it true? Duncan turned back towards him. About the Black City, and all of. There are questions I will answer for you. Earthamil's eyes swirled. That is one I will not. Can I ask why not? Duncan raised an eyebrow. The Fade responds to strong emotion, and such things draw spirits and demons alike. Earthamil tilted his head. And you are already frightened enough. Kind of regretting asking it all now. Duncan looked around. How long do you think we'll need to wait? They come. Earthamil turned. Gavrin smiled when he saw Hawke and Fenris rush forward to throw their arms around their daughter, and then he saw who else had come with them. Father. Gavrin. Cullen walked towards him and pulled him into a hug. He returned it, holding his father tightly. You. His father had entered the Fade. Came to. The world of dreams and spirits. I needed to see you were alive. Cullen loosened his hold and stepped back slightly, looking him over before hugging him again. You're alive. His voice became fierce. Do you have any idea how worried we've been? You came to the Fade. Gavrin nearly choked on the words. I'm starting to get the idea. Abruptly the Fade around them shifted. The graceful garden vanished, replaced by walls of stone. Carved mulberry-decorated pillars inside what appeared to be a fortress. The Vigil. He heard Alistair's startled voice. This looks like Vigil's keep. My apologies. Earthamil's voice caused them all to turn. There was a lot of emotion, and I thought it best to bring everyone to a safer location. Good idea. Fenrir started to nod, and then his eyes widened. Oh. He made a choking sound. Oh my. He stared. You're Earthamil, this is Fenrir, Cullen, Hawk, Fenris, and Alistair. Everyone, Earthamil. Sala pointed to each in turn. She frowned, and pointed at Earthamil again. No picking on Alistair. Spoil sport. Stop pacing. Caleb glared. You're making me tired. Kells and Jaroth both shot him annoyed looks and continued pacing. Leandra shook her head at them. They'll be fine. Gavrin has done this before. He's even dragged me along. Caleb went back to rummaging in one of the packs. He broke into a wide smile when he finally found what he was looking for. Aha! Aha! Agatha glanced down at what he was holding, and grinned. Aha! What are you two? Kells raised an eyebrow, and then smiled. Jarotha's eyes went to the paintbrush and bottle of ink Caleb was holding, and then he turned towards Tryan. I am going to walk a patrol outside the camp, just to be safe. He glanced back at Caleb before addressing Tryan again. Let me know when I'm done. Did you just order an old god around? Gabriel stared down at his daughter. He was pretty mean to Bruhan. Sala shrugged. She shifted awkwardly. So, you do understand that you are grounded for the rest of your natural life, yes? Fenris raised an eyebrow at her. Father. Sala folded her arms. You remember the part where I am not a little girl anymore? Fenris put his hands on her shoulders. No. You are 11. You are my daughter, and you will always be 11. He pulled her into a hug again. Is your brother all right? Gabriel asked. He is. She smiled. We all are safe. No, you are not. Gabriel shook his head. Sala, there is a cult, an ancient elven god, a powerful demon, and who knows what else after you. He put his hand on her shoulder. A good man already gave his life to protect your friends. Noman. Sala's voice was small. Papa, we've come too far to turn back. The Formless One is targeting Gavrin and Duncan in particular, and we aren't leaving them. The only way to keep everyone safe is for us to make sure that Rift never happens in the first place. Sala. There are spies everywhere. In Kirkwall. In the Inquisition. In House Braska. Anywhere we can turn for help. We've got the best shot at this. She squared her shoulders, and met his eyes. At our age, the Wardens saved the world. He stared back at her. At years of teaching her to be proud of who she was, to stand up for herself, and her friends, and what she felt was right. I'm not ready for you to find your wings. Oh, Papa. She hugged him. You. Cullen shook his head. Your mother is worried sick. Gavrin hung his head. I know. He sighed. Father, He closed his eyes, and took a couple deep breaths. You had 4 more years. 4 more. Cullen raised an eyebrow. To prepare yourself for the possibility I'd be a mage. Cullen caught him, and pulled him into a fierce hug. Don't you ever think you need to be ashamed of what you are? He held his son. If I have ever given you reason to think otherwise. No. Gavrin's voice was raw. You never did. Come back to Kirkwall. We'll come up with a plan. The Inquisition has spies within its ranks, and Fenharil has already tried to get to Kirin once. We are safer on the move. Gavrin took a step back. Father, 16 years from now, you and Mother both trust me to handle things. I'm asking you to trust me now. I thought, once. Cullen's eyes were wet. That letting your mother go to battle was the hardest thing I would ever have to do. I'm not alone. No. Cullen nodded. You have Leandra. I wish you had told me that we were in the process of eloping when that spell caught us. Gavrin smiled sheepishly. Surprise. Just. Cullen shook his head. No. No eloping. You will get married in Skyhold, properly, with an embarrassingly large banquet. He narrowed his eyes. At which occasion you will be clean-shaven and have your hair neatly trimmed. Yes, sir. Tell Kells. Colin sighed. Tell Kells I am grateful he is there to look out for my fool of a son. He managed a smile. And tell Leandra the same. Like this. Eli drew the characters in the dirt with a stick. Agatha duplicated the marks with the brush. Like that. Almost perfect. You made this a little too wide, but it is legible. Eli nodded. Can I just say it's hilarious the elves even have an actual word for that? Loghain held out his hand. My turn. You'll just draw lewd pictures. Well. Loghain nodded. Yes. I feel like I should be putting a stop to this. Kells shook his head, and then smiled. Can I have a turn? Leandra grinned, and handed him a paintbrush. Traian rolled his eyes, and glanced at Tissalin. Shouldn't you be putting a stop to this? Tissalin looked up from where he was adding more wood to the fire. I see nothing. You arranged a marriage between Loghain and your sister. It was a sensible decision at the time. Duncan sighed. If Anara hadn't. He swallowed. There were agitators. Orlais was just waiting for us to start fighting among ourselves so they could move in. Half the country wanted Fergus on the throne, the other half wanted Anara. Both of them kneeling to the boy prince kept us whole. He took a deep breath. Caus land is already bound to Thurin in blood. Arranging a union between Thurin and Mactyr seemed logical. Healing the wounds of the past and all that. He shook his head. I just didn't anticipate him being an asshole and her never growing out of the stubborn pain in the neck thing. How did you even get her to agree to the notion? That's the worst part. Duncan hung his head. They actually like each other just fine. Wynne made it very clear I was to mind my own business. He rubbed his jaw in memory. And she's the one that inherited your fighting skills. Alistair smiled. It slowly faded. You need to come back to Kirkwall? No. Duncan. His eyes narrowed. Father, if I stop this formless one. Duncan clenched his fists. I saw you and Mother and Uncle Rory die. He met his father's eyes. I have a duty. To you, to Ferelden, to Wynne and Bryce and Merrick, to make sure that does not happen. You. Alistair took a deep breath. Sound just like your mother. Duncan, the risk you are taking is no different than some of the risks you've taken. I'm 4 years older than you were when you joined the Wardens. Making me think back to how young and stupid I was then and how many times I nearly got killed is not helping your case. Alistair gestured sharply. I had a dragon stand on me. And the guy who killed that dragon. Duncan drew himself to his full height. His son is with us. And bringing an old god along for the ride. Not to mention 2 more very powerful mages, 5 of the most talented warriors in Thedas, a woman who is well on her way to being one of the greatest spymasters of all time, 2 elven warriors that were kicking ass before humans started making swords, and the guy who made the entire Seeker Order look like a bunch of idiots. He shrugged. And I'm not bad with a bow. Alistair folded his arms. We had a golem. And a cunnery. We had a bunch of golems in Nessum. Duncan gestured with one hand. And I'll tell Salah to kidnap Iron Bull next. And we had a Maberry. Kieran is a shapeshifter. We had no other options available. Duncan looked away, and shook his head. Gavrin, Kieran, and I are the thing's primary targets. As long as the cult is busy hunting us, you and the Inquisition can keep stripping its resources. A joint effort. Duncan. Father, you should go back to Ferelden. Wynne, Bryce, and Merrick need you there. That, young man, is fighting dirty. If we need your forces, we can get in contact with you. Where are we, exactly? Alistair asked as they regrouped. This is Vigil's keep, but it isn't. In the Fade, powerful spirits often have their own domain. This one belongs to the Warden. Is he? Alistair turned towards Earthamil. But he isn't here. There are questions I will answer. Earthamil met his eyes steadily. And questions I will not. Where he is, and what he is doing, are among the latter. Just Alistair nodded, and then shrugged. Let him. He swallowed. Thank him for us, please. And her, too. I shall. Melavin filled us in on most of it. Colin kept his hand on Gavrin's shoulder. Have you learned anything else about the staff? What staff? Earthamil turned the glowing eyes towards Colin. I'll explain later. Sala nodded to him. And yes, we may have. When the Sentinels attacked, Earthamil created a staff out of Fade Stone. Given its particular properties, we think that this Tilda staff may be something like it, perhaps something Earthamil created back then, at the height of his power. Considering what you can do with the key. Gavrin gestured at Hawk. You. Alistair gave Earthamil a curious look. Really don't remember the staff. Earthamil raised an eyebrow at Sala. Sala nodded to him. You hid it, warded it, then erased your own memory of it. She furrowed her brow. Why would you do such a thing? To keep it from another. The Formless One and its ilk. Or one of my siblings. You mean the other old gods? Fenrir shook his head. Why would you want to keep it from them? Hawk asked. We were not always in agreement, and our goals often differed. Earthamil shrugged. And frankly Dumat was always something of an arsehole. Would. Colin hesitated a moment. Would Razikael remember? Her memories were badly damaged, with entire centuries erased. Hang on. Alistair held up a hand. Her. Razikael was my sister. But. And now Mithel's husband. Earthamil shrugged. Whatever you do, try not to think about how awkward that gets at times. Too late. Alistair buried his face in his hand. I asked you not to do that. Sala put her hands on her hips. You said not to pick on Dot. Earthamil met her eyes. That was messing with Dot. Back to the topic at hand, if we could. Duncan glared. Fenharel would know about the staff though. It is possible that he knows only that it exists, and is powerful enough that the Formless One is going through a lot of trouble to obtain it. Gavrin shrugged. Which is reason enough for him to have an interest in obtaining it and any advantage it could give. He frowned. It wasn't tuned to my key. Gavrin. Colin raised an eyebrow at him. The staff Earthamil made recently. He gave it to Sala. She can use it easily, but I can't. He, or Kieran to be specific, said it wasn't tuned to my key. Whatever this Tilda staff is, could Fenharel even use it? He has strength enough now to override certain magics. Earthamil tilted his head. You could, if you so desired, bend the staff to your will, though not without some difficulty. Fenharel's knowledge of such things is far greater than yours. What about you? Alistair folded his arms. What happens if you get the staff? My goals align with those of Razikael and Mithil. No offense, but Alistair hesitated a moment. You did kind of start a blight. True. Earthamil nodded. But 1, I am no longer tainted, and 2, unlike some other gods I could mention, I've grown out of my angsty teenage phase. Choking sounds came from Gavrin and Colin as they both tried not to laugh. Alistair sighed, and then shook his head. No. I trust Jarath. He would not have sent you to help if you presented a danger. Where are you all heading next? We talked about it. Given what occurred in Starkhaven, we'd like people to think we are heading into Caranus. Sala clasped her hands behind her back. Which implies you are not heading to Caranus. Hawk narrowed his eyes. And hopefully means you aren't heading into Tevinter at all. Fenris added. We'll check in with you every 3 days. Earthamil and I should be able to find all of your dreams now. However, due to Fenharel being a factor, we are going to continue to ward ours. I am not happy about this. Alistair folded his arms, and glared again at his son. Nor am I. Fenris put a protective hand on Sala's shoulder. We wouldn't be having this problem at all if the rest of you were better role models. Hawk shook his head. I hate you. Alistair glared. Chapter 30. She walked the halls of Skyhold, stopping in the round room. Shortly after coming back from the Exalted Council, she'd given thought to painting over the murals. She hadn't been able to bring herself to do so. Her hand touched the painted surface. "I know you are there. I suppose it was too much to hope the Inquisition would not involve itself in this matter." His voice came from behind her. Ruya turned. Salas stood facing the single unfinished mural. Slowly, he turned to face her. She cupped the stump of her arm in her remaining hand. "Someday, 4 years from now, you come to Skyhold to save my son's life. I thank you for that. Considering what he has done in recent days, I doubt my motives were entirely altruistic." Salas smiled sadly. "My agents have been instructed that under no circumstances are they to do the children any lasting or significant harm." He hesitated a moment. "Thank Brihan and Melavin for seeing to Renanin and Hanir." He straightened, and his tone became more businesslike. "The Formless One and his mage ally must not be allowed to retain the staff. Their plans present significant threat to us both. So tell me about this staff." She sat on the edge of the table he'd once used as a desk. "Before I created the Veil, there was an order known as the Solinven. Artists, craftspeople, and musicians, serving with a particularly powerful spirit. Earthamil. As he eventually became known, yes." Salas nodded. "I even studied for a time there myself." He gestured at the murals. The Solinven was one of many things the Evanuris fought over. Mithel's intercession on their behalf is one of the events that led to the others turning on her. "Why fight over the Solinven?" Ruya raised an eyebrow. "Prestige. Among other things." Salas looked up at the first of the murals. "You have already seen one of their finest works." She closed her eyes, and nodded. "They made the orbs. Tuned foci for the most powerful mages of my people." Salas leaned on the other side of the table from her. "The Solinven was a casualty of the fighting. Their works were stolen, lost, or destroyed. What few remained ended up in the hands of Tevinter. As, eventually, did the spirit. It was during this time that the staff itself was created. I believe he crafted it as a last attempt to save his disciples. Melavin says that the staff was used by Earthamil's first high priest. They would not have used so formal a term then, but yes. This was before Tevinter became the Imperium. Osthalias tried to work with the elves, rather than subjugate them. He failed, and the last of the Solinven were slaughtered. That is when, and why, the staff was hidden away. Until the Formless One found it." Ruya stood, and paced a circle around the room. "Earthamil seems to think the goal of this cult is similar to that of Corypheus. Become gods. Only they actually know about you and the others, and intend to achieve that goal by killing you. Hence why our interests align." Salas nodded. "I will not lie and claim I do not wish to attain this staff. Yet, given the circumstances, it would be better for it to be destroyed rather than allow it to remain in the hands of the Formless One. And if it fell into my hand?" Ruya raised an eyebrow at him. "My current paradox." Salas smiled. "I intend to see this through, and yet." He looked at her. "I find myself hoping you succeed, and thus yes, I would rather it be in your hand than that of this cult. You, at least, I trust to do the right thing." He straightened. "However, the only one who can bypass the wards without it resulting in a duplication of the events at the Conclave would be Earthamil himself. Which is why you sent Abelas to obtain him. The Formless One has the staff, but without Earthamil, he cannot use it. Thus it made sense for me to acquire Earthamil's host." Salas nodded. "And if you have no other options, you'll kill him?" Ruya's eyes narrowed. "Yes, though not for the reasons you think. Killing Earthamil would be a temporary measure at best, given that his parents have anticipated the possibility." Salas chuckled. "I killed him 7 months ago when I caught him redirecting Elevians into a public Antivan privy." Ruya laughed. "Looks like we've got a cult to stop." She shook her head. "Again. Thoughts?" "He's definitely hiding something, and I think it is pretty much a given at least some of what he gives us will be misdirection." Ruya looked down at the crystal in her hand. "But outright lies aren't really his thing." She frowned. What do we know about the Sullivan? There was a murmur she couldn't quite make out, and then an unfamiliar voice came over the crystal. They were, as he said, an order comprised of those of artistic bent. Being allowed to study with the Sullivan was a mark of considerable prestige. Those who joined the order dedicated their lives to the muse. Burhan's voice came back over. I think we've finally learned why Salas was always so angry at the thought of the Grey Wardens killing the archdemons. I never really considered what they were before being twisted into demons. Ruya sighed. Melavan. Yes, Inquisitor. Was Tissalan one of the Sullivan? He studied there, and later taught, when he attained the rank of Minen. The voice hesitated a moment. The approximate translation in your tongue would be Blade Dancer. A more esoteric school than that followed by most Dirthi and Azalan. His wife, however, was one of the disciples, as was one of his sons. Will you go over the information with Burhan? See if you can spot the holes. Yes, Inquisitor. The meeting in the Fade went. Burhan sighed. Successfully is the wrong word, but it did go as planned and anticipated. The kids will continue coming at the problem from their angle, and check in on a schedule. They are all alive and healthy. Do I even want to know what any of this means? Duncan stared at his reflection in the surface of one of his knives. He looked up at his bodyguard. How could you let them do this? I was patrolling outside of camp. Jarath did not meet his eyes. What about you two? He glared at the sentinels. You're supposed to be mature and dignified. Tissalan shrugged. I saw nothing. Ali grinned widely. I helped. Kieran was peering at his own reflection. He glanced up at Salah. What do you think of the mustache? I like the curly parts, but not sure it's really you. She pointed. What about mine? Slightly disturbing. You've got your heart set on the goatee, don't you? Gavrin raised an eyebrow at Leandra. Just as soon as you manage to actually grow some decent facial hair. Leandra nodded eagerly. Father said I am to be clean-shaven when we get married at Skyhold. Leandra's smile trembled for a moment. And then she reached out and grabbed the front of his robes, pulling him into a kiss. Abruptly fireworks started going off around their heads, and Gavrin made a rude gesture in the general direction of Kieran and Salah. All right. Salah clapped her hands. Good news and bad. Good news is, we've reluctantly been given permission to hold our course. We'll continue to check in, they'll pass information to us and vice versa. She took a deep breath. Bad news is word has definitely gotten out. There are at least 4 contracts out with the Crows regarding us. Well, that's always fun. Duncan shook his head. How many of those birds are you going to have to pluck? He glanced at Jarath. The House of Repose isn't quite as stupid, they turned down the contract. However, the Ben Hasrat are aware of us, have decided we are incredibly dangerous, and are apparently on the move. It is possible killing the Arakan and threatening the Arishik was not one of my father's better ideas. Kieran shrugged. And while we are talking about ideas that turned out not to be so good, word of what happened in Nessum hit Minrathis like a flood. Though we do have an advantage with them due to the number of factions. They aren't working together or organized. But, basically. She sighed. Half of Thedas wants to capture or kill us. So what else is new? Leandra grinned. Tissalan's foot caught Kells in the stomach, sending him off the log and into the river. Gavrin sighed. Come on, Kells, you're representing the Inquisition here. Yeah, remember the part where he's been doing this 5,000 years longer than I have. Kells hauled himself out of the water. Leandra walked out onto the log, and set her feet. Tissalan shifted slightly, bringing up his hands. She moved forward, throwing out a couple light jabs. He blocked both easily before returning a strike with the edge of his hand. She blocked, but stumbled a little, catching her balance before falling. Tissalan moved in to take advantage, aiming a kick at her heel. She stepped back to dodge, faltered again, and he pushed her off the log. She came out of the water sputtering. Traian, your turn. I don't swim. Traian shook his head. Gavrin turned at the sound of footsteps. Duncan and Jaroth were back, and had brought a ram with them. What's going on? Duncan raised an eyebrow. Training exercise. Gavrin shrugged. Objective is to get Tissalin into the water. Shooting him or just blowing up the log was disallowed as valid tactics, which I find gives him a completely unfair advantage. Caleb looked up from where he was examining the mechanism of his new crossbow. Duncan tapped Jaroth's shoulder. Go make Ferelden proud. I get him in the water, you butcher the ram. Deal. Jaroth stepped out to the log and tested his balance before approaching Tissalin. He sent a jab in Tissalin's direction. Tissalin blocked, and then countered with one of the knife strikes. Instead of blocking, Jaroth grabbed his wrist, and then jumped off the log, pulling the elf with him. They both hit the water. Well, that's one way to do it. Gavrin shrugged. What was that? Duncan raised an eyebrow. You fell in too. Jaroth shook water out of his hair. Objective was to get him in the water. No one said anything about me having to stay on the log. Iron asked, Delenn. Tissalin gave him a small bow. Duncan looked down at the ram, and sighed. Damn it. Can we please stay in an inn? Caleb looked longingly at the city ahead. My sore spots have sore spots. We are running low on a couple things, but we can't stay long. Sala shook her head. The Ben Hasrat have agents. Though not quite as many as they used to. Kells shrugged. But this close to the border, yeah, they'll have people. He looked back over his shoulder. And this crowd kind of stands out. Tissalin, a lie, keep your hoods up. Hopefully everyone will just assume you are Dalish. Loghain. Sala frowned. We didn't recover the masks, did we? When he shook his head. Keep your hood up as well. And the inn. Kale raised an eyebrow. We resupply, and move on. Sala looked at him sternly. He made a vexed noise, but nodded. Fine. Trian, you know what we need. She waited for him to nod. Maybe it would be a better idea to just send you, Kells, and Caleb to get what we need while the rest of us wait outside town. How are you doing? Lenore sat down across from Cullen. Cullen shook his head. Good question. He sighed. Salas is involved. And Ruya. Lenore raised an eyebrow. Conflicted. Cullen furrowed his brow. Salas could make Ruya laugh, make her do that thing where she gets lost in thought and chews her bottom lip and... He folded his arms. They'd walk around Haven and Skyhold together, talking for hours about things I could barely understand. Sometimes he could be like a doting father, sometimes a teacher, and other times their friendship had an intimacy level that made me jealous. He was her first choice of companion when going into danger, and the one she turned to when she had doubts or questions. She adored him. And the whole time he knew his magic was killing her. And now, the Dread Wolf has caught wind of your son. Yes. Cullen rubbed the back of his neck. And he is the one that put our children on this particular trail. No. She shook her head. He put us on this trail. The kids are following Kieran. She sighed. I wish that was a comfort. The first time I met Jaroth, I thought he was a nice kid. I wasn't exactly equipped for a walk through the forest, and when he realized I didn't have boots he gave me his. And that sweet boy was a rage abomination with a higher body count than the rest of us combined, Commander of the Grey included. I wasn't lying when I told your wife I was terrified of what my friend could become. She leaned back. Still am. And the worst part is it changes nothing. He's still my friend. He'll always be my friend. And his son is right smack in the heart of all of this. Duncan patted the horse's neck, and offered a piece of apple. The horse accepted, then butted its head into his chest looking for another treat. He started to turn back to the camp to get another apple when he heard Agatha shout a warning. A heartbeat later, he found himself on the ground with Jaroth atop him just as two arrows struck the tree near where he'd been standing. Other arrows hit the barriers raised by the mages. Loghain got his shield up just in time to block one arrow, and another glanced off his armored leg. He rolled back to his feet with the bow in his hand as men came out of the trees. Jaroth intercepted a blade, slashing out with his own blade at the attacker, keeping Duncan clear as he fired arrows at their attackers. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Alan standing in front of Sala, glowing blade in each hand, keeping attackers off the mage. Ali and Loghain fought back-to-back on the other side of the camp. An attacker rushed at Leandra only to be thrown back with enough force to splatter against a tree by one of Gavrin's spells. A giant bear flung an attacker out of the camp before lunging forward to maul another. Agatha moved in to assist Jarath, her twin blades easing some of the pressure on him. Firing into melee was always chancy at best. He focused on those still coming. Light began to glow around the hands of an enemy mage, and he put 2 arrows in the man. The light vanished. Lightning crashed into their attackers, striking over and over as similar energy formed a halo around Gavrin. Jarath staggered as an arrow from an enemy archer caught him in the side, but got his shield up in time to prevent his attacker from gaining an advantage. Duncan growled as his own arrow took the archer between the eyes. Agatha flung a knife into the leg of an oncoming attacker, then slashed open his throat when he staggered. He knocked an arrow and searched for another target. None were left standing. Status. Sala's voice called out. Jarath is hurt. Duncan immediately responded, moving to his friend's side. He saw a second arrow in Jarath's shoulder that must have come in the initial attack. An arrow that had been aimed for him. He gave Jarath a worried look and got a reassuring nod in return. Kieran, shift, and fly in, see if you can spot the others. Sala gestured at the bear. Immediately the bear shifted into a raven and took wing, vanishing into the darkening sky. She gave Jarath a critical look, and then turned towards Duncan. Hold him still while we remove the arrows. Duncan all but pushed Jarath onto a nearby rock, and held him steady. Sala's hands glowed white as she put them on either side of the first arrow and nodded to Agatha. Agatha returned the nod, took a deep breath, and pulled the arrow out. Jarath grunted. They moved to the second arrow and repeated the action. Sala's hands glowed brighter as she finished the healing spell. Try not to move around too much. She patted Jarath's shoulder before moving on to tend the much more minor wounds taken by others. Happy now? Duncan looked down at his friend. Happy? Jarath raised an eyebrow. You were complaining earlier you didn't get to take any arrows. Duncan shook his head. You okay? She's a good healer. Jarath started to test the motion of his shoulder. Duncan caught his arm to arrest the motion. She said don't move around too much. Agatha plunked herself down on Jarath's lap. There. Now he's not going anywhere. She caught Jarath's chin and pulled him to her for a kiss. Kells drew his sword and stepped in front of Caleb as a half-dozen men emerged from the shadows. 2 drew back bows. You boys are going to want to come along quietly. The leader of the men sneered. Yeah, that's not something we really do. Caleb shrugged. Kells felt the urge to punch him. Even with Trian's blade to back him up, he wasn't looking forward to facing a half-dozen. With archers, they would be too far from cover for fleeing to be an option. A raven flew overhead, circling once. It dove, and then Kieran was between them and their attackers. Fire trailed up the mage's arms and legs, dancing in an aura around him as he straightened from a crouch to his full height. Boo! The men recoiled. Caleb laughed as he sent a crossbow bolt into one of the archers. Kells shrugged and moved in, slamming his shield into the nearest attacker. It was rather unfortunate that the 3 survivors were local mercenaries hired just the day before. They didn't have time to prepare, which means they didn't know we were coming this way. Agatha frowned. They may not have known before, but they do now. Sala chewed her bottom lip. She rose, and paced a moment before shaking her head. We are 2 days out from Hasmel. I think we should stick with the original plan of continuing by the river. And I still disagree. Duncan shook his head. Our chances of being spotted and noted increase with more people. Attacks like this one will continue to happen if we stay on the river path. He shot Jarath a concerned look. Next time we might not be as lucky. Crossing the silent plains carry even more risks. Sala waved a hand. We don't have good enough maps to be sure of finding water off the trails, and sticking to the trails won't solve the being spotted problem. You're the closest thing we have to a woodsman, and your skills are barely adequate for staying close to the road. What if we hired a guide? Caleb asked. How would we know we could trust them? Jiroth asked him. What if they were Inquisition or Lucerni or House Braska? Caleb gestured. We have a means of asking our folks for help now. They could send someone. That unfortunately does not solve the trust issue. Jiroth shook his head. We shouldn't have let Bruhan go. Caleb sighed. What if we take a third option? What third option? Sala raised an eyebrow at her brother. The deep roads. No. The others answered in a chorus of shouts. It was just a suggestion. Caleb drew himself in. Sala walked next to Kieran. She touched his hand, and felt his fingers curl around hers as he looked down and smiled at her. She returned the smile, and then started to chew on her lower lip. Where are you normally? I do not understand. I mean, where do you live? Do your folks have a house somewhere, or? Yes, though it is likely not how you think of such things. Kieran shrugged. Yeah, I suppose you are not really what most think of as the typical family. She smiled. Though from the few times Uncle Carver has spoken of them, they seem like nice people. My father would be the first to tell you he is not a nice person. Kieran shook his head. His voice became softer. I think I am beginning to realize why he sent me. I thought he sent you because Alistair asked for help. Kieran was silent for a time. There were other options. I think though, that he wanted me to understand why. He shook his head. Do you know what my father is? The host of an old god, like you. No. Not like me. Earthamiel is an old god. Razikael is an archdemon. My father remains a creature of the blight even while he keeps his own mind. Sala felt his fingers tighten around hers. But he can cleanse the blight now. He can cleanse it from others. But not from himself. Kieran shook his head. If the Inquisitor succeeds in stopping Fenharel, the danger posed by the blight and the last archdemons will remain. When the time comes, my father will end the threat of the blight, forever. Kieran hung his head. And it will be the last thing he does. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized what his words meant. The warden is going to die. He accepts this. The duty cannot be forsworn. Kieran looked down at her. But I did not. He is my father and... He took a deep breath. It isn't fair. She bit her lip, and pulled him to her, wrapping her arms around him. He bent, resting his forehead against hers. Kieran. It is loud, at times. The wanting. Calling out, calling us, begging and pleading and dragging, drowning us in voices until the wanting is all we hear. Offering knees to any who could grant desire, without care for the cost. Screaming into the wind for us to save you from yourselves. He shook his head. And our names are reviled because we answered, black instead of gold. And... She rubbed his back gently. What if Fenharel wins? Then the Evanuris will be freed, and the world will be in even greater danger. And so my father holds his course, buying time but not confronting the wolf directly. For if they are freed, the only choice that will remain is for my father to take them with him, ripping them all from the world. Meaning the warden is going to die either way. Yes. He did not choose his path, but he walks it willingly. Oh Kieran. She kissed him gently. He brushed the hair back from her face. I am beginning to understand what he meant though. What did he mean? When he told me? Kieran's smile was sad. That this world, its people. He kissed her, one hand on the back of her neck as he held her to him. You are worth it. Chapter 31. Once we sat. In the light of our dreams. Once we were. In our homeland. With strength and might. Once we were. Not afraid of the night. Caleb let the song die away as they sat around the campfire. I always liked that one, Leandra said from where she was snuggled into Gavrin. I wish I had my lute. Caleb shrugged. I was working on a new tune before all this started. Kel snickered. Is the one he, Varric, and Bruhan wrote about the Inquisition still banned in Valroio? Not that it's ever stopped anyone from singing it. Gavrin shook his head. I particularly liked the part where they killed the nightmare with a lullaby. That part always bothered me. Loghain shook his head. Among other things, my grandfather couldn't carry a tune if his life depended upon it. Do not remind me. Kieran gave a small shudder. And the nightmare is not exactly dead. Abruptly Caleb sat up. Oh, I can't believe I'm missing this opportunity. He stared at Tissalin. You wrote down a bunch of songs for Lord Hendry. He gave Tissalin a beseeching look. Sing for us. Tissalin nodded. He considered a moment, and then began to sing. His voice was warm as he wove the melody, and Caleb quickly found himself envious of the man's range. He finished the tune with a repeat of the chorus, letting it die away slowly. What is that one about? Duncan asked. The dialect was a bit hard to follow, but... Gavarin furrowed his brow. Traveling a long road, but knowing that her smile waits at the end of it and thus your steps are light. You speak Elvish? Eli raised an eyebrow. Gavarin shrugged. I am Fenharel's apprentice. He shook his head. Though he complained that I spoke it with a Fereldan accent. Which is strange, because Iron Bull complains I speak Kunlat with an Orlshian accent. Your translation is accurate enough. Tissalin nodded. He stirred the fire. My son wrote it, as a gift to the woman who became his bride. Caleb blinked. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a son. I had 3 sons and a daughter. Arabellas. Gavarin nodded to him. It is a strange thing. Tissalin shook his head. Looking at the elves of the here and now, and wondering. Looking for the features of my children on their faces. Agatha could be your great lots more great-grandchild. Caleb nodded. I would consider it an honor, would it to be the case. Agatha blushed slightly as she smiled. Lord Cullen. My title is Commander, if you feel one is necessary. Cullen nodded to the elven man. And no, you can't kill Magister Adralicus. May I at least gag him? Melavin took a deep breath. I don't feel I can be held responsible for my actions if he tells me about the fall of the Dales one more time. I sympathize. Cullen rubbed his forehead. Maker, he spent 2 hours yesterday telling me about the events at Haven and I was there. He frowned, and turned towards the other elven man. Has he figured out who you are yet? No. Burhan shook his head. As near as I can tell, he still thinks I'm your butler. Andraste preserve us. Cullen shook his head. At least he'll soon be Dorian's problem again. He sighed, and turned back to Melavin. I'd prefer not to risk taking your people into Tevinter. Carver will have some of his riders take you to Kirkwall. I will tell Delon and Iona to make ready, but I would prefer to remain. Melavin shook his head. I can be of more use here. Tevinter isn't a healthy place for elves. The Dirthurry is accompanying you. Melavin raised an eyebrow, and folded his arms. 2 of my people are still out there. Eli is all I have left of my sister. Cullen closed his eyes, and then nodded. Have sisters and nieces of my own. Keep working with Burhan. Hand over your valuables and nobody gets hurt. The massive man stepped in to block their path. Several more men stepped out of the trees. Haven't we done this already? Caleb rubbed his forehead. 4 times. Duncan sighed. Do you think they will ever learn? Sala asked. Considering they've had several thousand years to try. Eli shook her head. I'm going to go with no. I am going to ask you politely to go away. Kieran nodded to the bandits. Once. Hey, check it out. Caleb waved a thick bundle of parchment. They had maps. Tryan and Kells began going through the maps. Smuggler trails. Look. Duncan pointed at a notation. The trail markers. This will get us through the silent plains, avoiding scrutiny. He glanced up at Sala. And who knows, maybe we'll get to bust up some more slave operations on the way. Sala looked over the maps, and frowned. Kells, think you could plan us a safe route using these? I believe so, yes. Kells nodded. I'd be more comfortable if we had a few more water skins though. Figure out what we need, and then we'll head out. They found a small sheltered area, and kept the campfire low to limit visibility. Sala looked over the herbs in her pouch, then back up at her companions. Who is coming along for tonight's check-in? Not me. Leandra shook her head vehemently. Kells. Sala raised an eyebrow. He sighed, and then shook his head. I'm not sure. I should try to get a message to Minov. He chuckled ruefully. Assuming she's even still willing to hear from me at this point. What about you, Loghain? She glanced over at him. Not sure it's a good idea. He shrugged. Why do you say that? Well, it's the land of dreams, yes. She nodded. Well, yes. Loghain grinned. Do any of you really want to know the kinds of things I dream about you? Oh, for Maker's breath. You asshole. Why would you even go there? I need to stab my brain out now. Eli laughed before grabbing the front of Loghain's armor and pulling him towards her for a kiss. You can show me later. Inquisitor. Sala almost squeaked when she saw the woman standing there. Mother. Gavrin smiled, but shifted from foot to foot nervously. Ruya smiled, and strode forward to hug her son. She released him and then hugged a startled Kells. Thank the Maker, you're both all right. She wasn't willing to take our word for it. Hawk shrugged. Your definition of fine is somewhat questionable. Fenrir folded his arms. It is somewhat skewed by perspective, I'll admit. We have more information for you. Ruya stepped back. Though the source is. She blinked at Earthamil. Questionable. She shook her head as she looked over the glowing being. You are a matter of some concern. He's on our side. Sala smiled reassuringly. We trust him. Sala. Hawk sighed. Some years ago, we would have said the same of Anders. Papa. They are right to be concerned. It would be a mistake to forget what I became, and what I could become again. Earthamil nodded to Ruya. A spirit can be twisted and turned. But I am no longer simply a spirit, and I have found my purpose once more. Melavin called you the Muse. Ruya caught the stump of her arm in her good hand. Salas did the same. I was called that, once. Too many notes have been played since, and that melody cannot be recaptured. This is a new world, and requires a new song. He shrugged. Plus, circumstances being what they are in the here and now, your son is fully capable of kicking my ass. Hawk snorted. Sala snickered. Gavrin shook his head. I think you still have the advantage of experience here in the Fade. But you have me outnumbered at the moment. Earthamil gestured at the others. There is that. Gavrin chuckled. Ruya stared at Earthamil for a moment before looking back at Gavrin. I hear you blew up some buildings. Yeah. Gavrin nodded, and then squared his shoulders. I kind of do that when folks put holes in my friends. You really can't blame him. Hawk shook his head. Take it from me, it's one of those things that just sort of happens. She sighed, and then filled them in on what Salas had told her. Burhan managed to confirm some of the information, enough for us to believe he is telling the truth. The Formless One is a threat to Salas's plans. Gavrin shook his head. He has a history of using the Inquisition to deal with those. It's annoying. He suggested all of you return to Kirkwall, and stay out of harm's way. She looked them over. He said he doesn't want to see any of you hurt. He did kill me. Earthamil folded his arms. Wait, what? Sala looked up at him. It was a few months ago. Earthamil shrugged. He mentioned that. Ruya stared at him. And he pointed out that if he chose, he is capable of doing worse. And I am capable of doing far more than merely turning a herd of Brontos loose in his sanctuary, but Mother still has hope that you can perform a much-needed rectal cranial reversion for her rabid mutt. You. Fenrir blinked. Did what? Ruya blinked. He told me he killed you for redirecting Eluvians into an Antivan privy house. Ah. Earthamil smiled. That one really never gets old. Gavrin and Sala started snickering. Hawk covered his face with one hand, but his shoulders were shaking with mirth. Kells sighed. Predates all existing calendar systems, and has a teenage boy's sense of humor. I think that's the part that scares me most. Ruya shook her head. That's... Caleb frowned. Going to be a problem. Well, they did mention the Ben Hasrat. Leandra sighed. And it's just a smidgen more than a single death squad. I counted 200, and we don't have a handy temple full of golems to make up the difference. Duncan shook his head as he peered out over the hill. The good news is, they don't appear to have spotted us. According to the maps, there are some caves in that ravine. The smugglers used them for caches. We could hide, wait for them to pass. Kells gestured. That sort of assumes the Cunary aren't using the same maps we are, but unless someone has a better idea. Sala wrinkled her nose. Caves it is. Do you think they actually are hunting us? Agatha asked as they led the horses into the mouth of the cave. The animals entered reluctantly, and she was fairly sure Kieran had actually used some kind of magic to get them to cooperate at all. Kieran did say something about his father killing the Arakan. Leandra shrugged. And didn't Duncan's father kind of also beat up the Arishik? But our father is Basilidan. Caleb shook his head. So is my father. Kieran nodded. But it is an earned title, not something that can be inherited. If your father killed the Arakan, is he still Basilidan? Sala asked. Yes. Kieran nodded. Perhaps more so, now. They also call him Basaran Kata. What's that mean? Caleb glanced over his shoulder at Kieran. Basalidan means outsider worthy of respect. Gavrin considered a moment. Basaran Kata would be more akin to outsider not to be fucked with. What do they call you? Caleb asked Kieran. A demon. He shrugged. They aren't a particularly imaginative people anymore. He sighed. The tune decayed to a single marching drum, beating a broken rhythm that tries to drown out the other song. Yeah, when we have some time later, I'm going to ask you to explain that. Caleb nodded to him. Sala started towards the pool at the mouth of the cave, water skin in hand. Tissalan emerged like a shadow, stepping to her side, his eyes alert for signs of movement. I miss like the night. Nothing has tripped the wards. Sala glanced at him. And yet listen. He held one hand. She furrowed her brow and was silent for several moments. I don't hear anything. And that is the problem. He took a cautious step forward, frowning. And then he turned and grabbed her, shoving her back into the cave just as something metal clanged off a nearby rock. She saw the shimmer of energy from him as he threw up a barrier, and she reinforced it. Something exploded, and only Tissalan's momentum kept them from being struck or buried as rocks fell. From inside and outside of the cave she heard shouting. Go! Tissalan shoved her deeper into the cave. He whirled and cut a spear out of the air with a glowing blade. He continued backing deeper in, keeping himself between her and whoever was attacking. No figures entered the cave, but she could make out movement in the shadows beyond. She let out a low string of curses. They found us. Tissalan, are you hurt? He looked down at the smear of blood on his leg. A scratch, no more. Kells, you've got the maps, options. There are a couple other passages. Gavrin suddenly started shaking his head. No. Something is scratching at the wards I placed on those. Maker. They've got us surrounded. We could stampede the horses, make a run for it in the confusion. Sala raised an eyebrow. Not with their numbers. They are too smart not to have people on the high ground. Tissalan shook his head. What are the odds they don't know who we are? Non-existent, once they get a good look at us. Sala shook her head at Caleb. Not sure even you can talk your way past a Karatam. I doubt even Uncle Varric could. We could head in deeper, head towards one of the other passages, but the tunnels may be too narrow for the horses. Sala sighed. Okay. Grab our gear. We'll stampede the horses, and make for the other passage. She frowned. Suggestions on how to stampede the horses. Kieran caught one of the horses' heads. His eyes swirled momentarily with green light, and a heartbeat later so did the eyes of the horses. He turned towards Sala. They will do their part. Traian tossed her a pack, and she slung it over her shoulder before picking up the green staff. It felt warm in her hand. Let's go. Traian. Sala glanced at the dwarf when he stopped. This may not have been the best option. He gestured at something on the ground ahead. Sala held her torch higher, and caught sight of the corpse laying on the ground. Oh! Immediately, the warriors drew their blades. Duncan knocked an arrow to his bow. Maybe we should turn back, try the left path and... Caleb glanced over his shoulder. They could hear the echo of distant voices. Damn it, if there are spawn in these tunnels they are going to bring them down on us. Jiroth shook his head. Move. Quietly. And fast. Sala gestured. Kells glanced over his shoulder again. The voices were starting to sound closer. Or maybe it was just his nerves. Traian had the map, but if he recalled correctly, they were only halfway through. Ahead, he heard Traian's voice. From here, up the ledge. He gestured for Caleb to go ahead of him, then followed. Loghain and Eli brought up the rear. They were halfway up the path when the footing beneath Caleb crumbled. Kells caught the other man, and grabbing at the stone wall. He had nearly pulled Caleb to safety when his own handhold broke free. He felt Loghain's fingers brush against his own hand, but his fingers slid free before the other man could gain purchase. The torch tumbled down as they slid. He felt a sharp pain in his ankle when they landed, and he grabbed the torch again, looking frantically for Caleb. The younger man sat up painfully. Ow! Kells? Caleb? He heard Loghain's voice. We're all right. I think. Kells winced when he tried to stand. Shit. I think I might have broken some dash. He went silent as something rustled in the darkness. In the torchlight, he saw the blood drain from Caleb's face. Something clanked, metal against stone, drawing nearer. Pain or no pain, he got to his feet, setting his shield and drawing his blade. No. He heard Caleb murmur as they saw what was in the tavern with them. The genlock approached, its teeth bared. Duncan's arrow took it in the eye, and he glanced over his shoulder to see Loghain and Eli lowering a rope. Caleb, go. He slashed out with his sword at another genlock, and saw arrows starting to whisk out the darkness towards his companions still on the ledge. Move. Caleb grabbed the rope and starting to climb. Loghain caught him and pulled him up. Kells caught the rope and started to climb, and something grabbed him, dragging him back. Kells. Fire struck the hurlock, and Kells yanked himself free, diving again for the rope. Loghain yanked him up the last couple feet, and then got his arm underneath him, supporting the injured leg. I got him, move. Sala's fingers glowed white as she wove the healing spell. You aren't. She looked Kells over frantically. It didn't. No. It didn't get through my armor. Kells nodded, still pale. We need to. Tathe, Bass. A voice cried out, and they turned to see the Cunary coming towards them. Great. Frying pan or fire? Caleb hefted his crossbow. Eli let out a string of curses. Move. Sala gestured. Loghain threw Kells' arm over his shoulder again as they headed down the only tunnel remaining to them. They emerged into a larger cavern, and started making their way through the rocky outcroppings. I think the Cunary are. Gavarin stopped in his tracks. Oh, shit. The ogre rose, and snarled. It banged its hands against its armored chest. Several more emerged from the darkness, followed by still more dark spawn. That is. Kieran shook his head. Not good. Father once said the warden had a trick for dealing with these things. Don't suppose you happen to know it? Leandra glanced over her shoulder at Kieran. Danya's grenades. Kieran gave her a hopeful look. Do we have any? No. Traian, if we survive this, put grenades on the shopping list. Sala swallowed. Right next to a clean pair of pants. Traian set his shield. The ogres started for them, and then the lead one stopped. It roared, shaking its head violently. A strange huffing sound escaped it, and then it roared again. Something flickered in its eyes. It's not. Sala started to say. A heartbeat later the ogre roared again, and charged, alongside its fellows. Straight at the incoming Cunary, who started shouting in response, hurling spears. What just? Don't ask, run. Sala pointed. Go, now. The sound of fighting died behind them as the walls of the tunnel changed. Where are we? Caleb asked, looking around. The deep roads. Traian shook his head. Stone, we are in the blighted deep roads. Kieran looked up. Was it really too much to ask to go one full length without having to take a trip into the deep roads? He kicked the wall. No, you had to railroad us down here. He growled in frustration before looking up again. I hope no one paid extra for this content. Duncan looked at him. What? What? Kieran raised an eyebrow. I'd kind of like to know what happened back there. Gavrin shook his head. I thought you said you couldn't control Darkspawn. I can't. Kieran blinked. He tilted his head, and then frowned. Well, I can't. A hand reached out of the darkness and grabbed Loghain by the front of the armor, yanking him forward. The warriors all immediately drew their blades again. The hand shook Loghain, nearly knocking him off his feet. And then the figure stepped out of the darkness and growled in a deep voice. Do you have any idea how worried your mother is? Chapter 32. Loghain stared at the man holding him by the front of his breastplate. Grandfather. Fancy meeting you here. Grandpa Loghain. Kieran smiled. And then suddenly his face fell and his voice took on a frantic note. I can explain. And I can't wait to hear it, considering you were told, repeatedly and at great length, to stay away from anything having to do with the Blight. Wait. Traian raised a hand. Who? He glanced at the rest of the party. Is anyone else concerned that somebody just stepped out of the Fade? A little, yes. Sala nodded. It's Grandpa Loghain. Kieran gave them what he probably hoped was a reassuring smile. He does that. The newcomer's eyes turned towards Duncan. And I suppose it was too much to hope that at least one Thurin would have the sense to stay out of the deep roads, let alone to not actively go looking for trouble. He released his grip on the front of Loghain's armor, and narrowed his eyes at the younger man. Your mother is frantic with worry, and you couldn't bother to so much as send her a message. He looked from Kieran to Loghain and back again as he continued dressing both of them down rather thoroughly. Loghain looked down at his feet. Should He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I'm an asshole. Aren't you be a little concerned about the part where he's not 4 years old? Caleb asked. The elder Loghain gave him an annoyed look. I'm a warden. It's going to take a bit more than that to faze me. Oh. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, if you wanted to escape these tunnels, you are going the wrong way. The elder Loghain shook his head. Follow me. Are you the one that stopped the Darkspawn from attacking? Gavrin asked. I did not stop them from attacking. I merely redirected them towards a different prey. Had the Cunary not been nearby as a suitable target, you would have all been eaten. He shot a pointed glance at the women in the group. Or far worse. Did the warden send you? Caleb asked. Her father. He jerked his head at Leandra. Had a clearly justified concern that you might find yourself in over your heads, and was perturbed that you would not reveal your current location. He asked me to find you. I have been warding our dreams to prevent us from being found through the Fade. Gavrin frowned. As have I. Sala nodded. And I. Kieran added. And we were all awake at the time, Gavrin said. Interesting. The elder Loghain shrugged. It is almost as if none of you know as much as you think you do. Gavrin could just barely make out Tissalin's low chuckle from the man's position at the back of the party. Except you're not a mage. He nodded. You're a. He frowned. A spirit, I suppose. How can he be a spirit? Caleb gestured back at where an abashed Loghain was walking. He's Loghain's grandfather, so he's. He frowned. Magic is confusing. True. Gavrin nodded. Even Fenharil didn't quite know what to make of him. He is Vigilance. Kieran waved a hand. And he is Loghain Mac Tyr. The first one, anyway. Kind of like how you are Kieran and Earthamule. No. Kieran shook his head. Nothing like that at all. Yeah, that's not helping with the clarification part at all. Caleb rubbed the back of his head. I'm going to go with he's a ghost. Kels said. I can wrap my brain around that. Which means we are currently following a ghost through the deep roads. Trian said. I was kidnapped by an old god, the king of Ferelden, the king of Kalhirol, and my boss's kid from the future who also happens to be Fenharil's apprentice. We picked up 2 ancient elves and are on our way to confront a demon from the dawn of time. Kels sighed. Following a ghost through the deep roads seems like a logical progression of events, all things considered. Trian shook his head. I really hate that you have a point. Iron Bull tossed Cullen a casual salute. We found a few of the cultists holed up, but they don't seem to have been high enough up to know anything useful. He glanced at Sebastian before looking back at Cullen. Ex-slaves mostly, following because the Siofra freed them. We'll take that into account when deciding how to deal with them. Cullen nodded. His eyes went to the wreckage at the top of what had been the guard tower. So, looks like being an ass-kicker runs in the family. Cullen smiled. Hawk and Lenore both claim they couldn't have pulled that off. What, seriously? Iron Bull raised an eyebrow. They both come in at 10 points, same as the Inquisitor. Points. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Iron Bull rolled his shoulders and grinned. They put me down at 8. War golems and dragons only come in at 7. We'll be heading into Tevinter as soon as Carver and King Alistair return. Cullen shook his head. Have you managed to learn anything regarding the Ben Hassrot movements? He shook his head. Between me being Tal Vashoth and the number the Warden's people pulled on the Vanguard a couple years back, I'm not even sure where to start looking. Songbird and I have gone over the spies we know, but we've pinpointed who they are working for. He folded his arms. It's the ones we haven't found that have me worried. Don't like the notion that there are spies out there better than us. Have the mercenaries recovered yet from? Sebastian frowned. Whatever it was occurred. Recovered. Cullen sighed. Might be a strong word. The 2 that joined the Chantry have told us everything they know. Unfortunately, it just isn't much. They were hired only a few days before the attack. Paid well enough that regicide didn't exactly seem to be a concern for them. Though they're not all that bright. Iron Bull shook his head. I'd have opened negotiations at around 4 times what those guys were paid. He looked up at the tower. And turned the job down. If we had known what they were capable of, we never would have tried apprehending them. Melavin spoke up from where he was quietly observing. Yeah, how did they manage to get you guys working for them anyway? Iron Bull glanced at him. One of them is a god. There is only one god. Sebastian glared. If you wish to debate religion and semantics, Magister Adralicus is in there. Melavin pointed. Cullen shot them a look over his shoulder and both of them subsided, but continued glaring at each other. Lord Hendry's estate was damaged by fire, thus Prince Vial has agreed to allow us to headquarter here in the palace for the time being. Per Divine Victoria's request, the Chargers are to aid him until the Starkhaven Guard has recouped from their recent losses. He couldn't quite stop himself from smiling. Viscount Varric and Guard Captain Avellini have agreed to provide additional forces should you feel it necessary. Hawk and Fenris are also remaining. Stop dawdling. Leandra glared at their guide. I'm not sure exactly who put you in charge. Your father. He returned the glare steadily. And need I remind you that your mother is also extremely worried about your safety and well-being, a fact which you have completely disregarded. She shook her head. You know, it's not exactly like our folks lives the most sedate, secure lives themselves. Kind of hypocritical for them to be frustrated with us. Unlike you, most of them had no choice. They fought and sacrificed in the hopes that you need never face the same trials and dangers they did, and it is unconscionable for you to throw that back in their faces. She started to square her shoulders, and then swallowed. Yes, sir. We didn't choose this fight either. Gavarin put a hand on Leandra's shoulder. We were, in fact, quite literally dragged into it by demons. Duncan glared. Spirits. Kieran said. What? The demons were the things attacking. The spirits were the ones that brought you here. Duncan shook his head. That is somewhat beside the point. He glared at their guide. And you were one of the trials and dangers my father faced. He gestured. You sent assassins after him. And had my mother thrown into Fort Draken, not to mention you unleashing how. Indeed, it is amazing the mistakes one can make when they become so convinced of the rightness of their actions that they allow their anger and hatred to blind them to the consequences. The elder Loghain shook his head. And it would be far better, young man, if you decided to learn from my mistakes rather than repeat them. Are you going to spend the entire trip out of the deep roads yelling at us? Caleb asked. Yes. I'm starting to think we'd have been better off with the ogres. I am several times older than the kingdom of Ferelden. Eli glared at the elder Loghain. I do not need to be lectured. And you would think at some point in the past 1,000 years, you might have learned the importance of cleaning the blood off your blade before sheathing it. He stared back at her. Darkspawn blood will etch into the metal and weaken its integrity. He pointed, and his eyes glowed briefly. And I shouldn't have to tell you just how stupid it is to leave any trace of it on your armor. She glared at him before a rag thrown by Desalin hit her in the face. She made a vexed sound before stalking off to tend to her gear, and Jarath heard her start admonishing Kells to do the same. He frowned into the darkness as they made camp. Even knowing the camp was warded did little to assuage his nerves. The shadowy catacombs held too many potential threats. General MacTier. He pitched his voice low. General Gilmore. The man nodded. Are you sure camping here is a good idea? We are still some hours from the surface, and they are exhausted. He shook his head. There are no darkspawn within a mile of this location. Well, that just leaves the giant spiders, deep stalkers, dragons, and Cunnery survivors to worry about. Jarath rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. He frowned. The Cunnery were looking for us, but not expecting to find us where they did. Or they would have laid a far better trap. He shook his head. They'll have sent word. He glanced at the party, and lowered his voice further. Caleb had a theory that the cult will be holed up in the city of Solas. Kieran and Gavarin think the theory is sound, and based on what information we have, I must admit they have a point. I will pass the word. He nodded, and then smiled. Your king is going to be annoyed at you. My duty is to protect him. Jarath squared his shoulders. Even if that means from himself. The latter is the more difficult task. Duncan glanced over at where Jarath was discussing tactics with the elder MacTier. Desalin joined them a moment later. Those two were the only ones he hadn't rebuked since stepping out of thin air. He wasn't entirely sure how he felt about the man's help. His father may have reconciled with Terna Anara, but he'd never spoken of her father without it being obvious how much anger he still had for the man. He'd betrayed a king to his death, and murdered Duncan's namesake, a man Alistair had loved as a father. He glanced at the younger MacTier. How much trouble are you in? It's times like these that I'm reminded he was also a rage demon for a considerable number of years. Loghain shook his head. He turned towards Kieran. How much trouble are you in? Well, if Mother doesn't kill me for meddling with the time-space continuum, Father is going to kill me for running headfirst into a darkspawn warren. You know, that really puts me swinging on the chandelier back home into perspective. Caleb shook his head. Except for the part where you also ran headfirst into a darkspawn warren. Kells elbowed him. Sala glanced at Kells. How is your ankle? I think it's healed, thank you. I didn't mean to frighten Mother. Loghain tightened the strap on his pack as they broke camp. She's lost enough. His grandfather narrowed his eyes. Losing you would cost her everything she has left. I'm supposed to be a 4-year-old boy, not. He shook his head. We are trying to put everything right. It should be another 8 years before she really has to start worrying about me doing something stupid. 8 years. Sir Alec takes me on as his squire when I turn 12. and promptly takes me on a dragon hunt. Mother. He rubbed the back of his neck. May have reacted poorly. His grandfather chuckled. I can imagine. His eyes went to the dragon on Loghain's face. You wear the mark. Some things. Loghain shook his head. Yes. I bear the mark. You think for one moment I would hesitate to answer that call, or flinch from that duty? No. His grandfather nodded. Not you. He was silent a moment. You're a hero again, in Gweren. In most of Ferelden. They don't. He took a breath. It's the part where you fought against the archdemon and died saving the Herald of Andraste that they remember. The Warden. He nodded. He could have let Mother fall, and instead he preserved the heritage you'd won for her. And we both know how much Father owes him. Blue eyes met blue eyes. Some things are written in stronger than stone or blood. Tabri calls, Mactyr will answer. I doubt I'll say it often enough in the future. His grandfather nodded. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Though I cannot believe you slept with my girlfriend. Loghain choked, and then laughed. What can I say? You have excellent taste in women. He shrugged. And she was half your age. Which still makes her twice yours. He growled and shook his head. Of all the traits to inherit from your father. Could be worse. Loghain shrugged. I could have an obsession with cats. They were stopped by a gate. All right. Sala held up her torch. It's got to be one of these mechanisms. Caleb glanced at the man next to him. Trian, ideas. You do know that not all dwarves are engineers, yes? Trian gave her an annoyed look. It's a dwarven mechanism. Caleb shrugged. Even Uncle Varric knows about things like this. That is because your Uncle Varric is a trapsmith and lockpicker, not because he simply happens to be dwarven. Trian shook his head. You know more about locks and things than I do. It's that one. Kieran pointed to a lever. How can you be sure? Duncan asked as he walked over and began examining it. It's the one with the glowing outline. It. Duncan blinked. What? What? Kieran looked back at him. Why do I even? Duncan pulled the lever and the gate slowly creaked open. Look. Leandra couldn't quite contain her glee. Daylight. Where on the map is that going to put us? Kells turned towards their guide and offered the parchment. Here. He tapped a spot. Not a shortcut then. Kells sighed. Kells. Sala asked. We've been going west, rather than north. If anything, this detour added a few more miles to the trip. It does change the direction we are coming from though, so if word did get out, they won't be looking for us here. Hopefully, they'll assume we were eaten by the spawn. Caleb smiled. That would involve us having luck on our side. Agatha shook her head. Hasn't happened yet. While fleeing Cunary into a darkspawn warren, one of the only two beings in Thedas that could save us happened along at just that moment. Tissalan raised an eyebrow at her. Agatha blinked. All right. You have a point. Our luck isn't so much bad as just. She sighed. Really, really weird. Papa says it comes from being an Amel and a hawk. Sala shrugged. He is aware that with the exception of Leandra and Varric Jr., the entire current generation of hawks and Amels were adopted, right? Yeah, that part doesn't seem to matter at all. Sala shook her head. The elder Loghain turned back towards them. Is there any chance at all you can get to where you are going safely and in a sensible fashion? Sala considered the question a moment. No. None whatsoever. Duncan glared. Outside of the army of Cunary and Darkspawn, we have taken care of ourselves just fine. He stared at Duncan for almost a full minute before turning and patting Jarath on the shoulder. Good luck. Thank you. Jarath nodded. The air around him shimmered a moment, and then he vanished. Wait, where did? Kell's jaw dropped. He stepped across the veil. Gavarin starred. That. Caleb grinned. Is awesome. Sebastian paced the room. His guard captain was still glaring at Iron Bull. Iron Bull leaned down towards Bruhan. How'd I piss him off? It's mostly the horns. Bruhan shrugged. He used to be one of Kirkwall's Templars. He was there during the invasion. Dorian reports he'll be here this evening. Cullen nodded to Sebastian. And the Magisters will be accompanying you to Tevinter. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Cullen rested his hands on his sword hilt. Unless you would prefer we leave Magister a drill dash. No. Sebastian's voice was firm. He clasped his hands behind his back. My scouts have reported sightings of Cunnery. At least 2 small bands, attempting to remain unnoticed. There may be more groups comprised solely of Vidathery. He flicked his eyes towards Bruhan before returning them to Cullen. There have also been an increase in the sightings of Dalish. Bruhan, how many of those are yours? Entirely too few. Bruhan sighed. Fenharel's agent provided me with information on Cunnery movements in the area. They mentioned the same groups Prince Viel's people spotted. I am not comfortable with this notion. Sebastian shook his head. None of us are. Cullen sighed. He turned at the sound of footsteps, and the door opened to admit Carver and Alistair. Did your riders spot anything? He raised an eyebrow at Carver. They've confirmed reports we already had, but nothing new. Still no sign of the kids. Alistair raised a hopeful eyebrow. I don't suppose they told the Inquisitor where they were heading. To no one's surprise, our children are among the most foolhardy and stubborn people in Thedas. Cullen folded his arms. Will you be ready to head into Tevinter in the morning? Yes. Alistair nodded. He turned towards Carver. Do you have a means of contacting? He gritted his teeth. I am not happy about this. I understand. Carver nodded. And yes, I've set that in motion. You're not happy about this. Sebastian gestured angrily. His guard captain glared at Carver. I cannot understand why Divine Victoria is allowing these criminals to wander free. Indeed. Sebastian sighed. I truly must protest the involvement of that Maleficar. Being that he is in Tevinter, he is somewhat beyond Divine Victoria's authority. Cullen shook his head. And at the moment, we have a larger concern. You mean he's going to get away with his crime because he fathered a child on some Ferelden whore? The guard captain spat. Alistair's eyes darkened and Carver started to take a step forward. Cullen was holding up a hand to forestall the movement when the air near the guard captain shimmered slightly. And a fist slammed into the man's jaw, sending him to the ground where he lay groaning. A form seemed to step out of thin air. Carver grinned. General. Junior. Loghain MacTier nodded to him. You found them. He raised an eyebrow. And I know where they are going. Would someone care to explain what just happened? Sebastian was staring at his unconscious guard captain. Chapter 33. Is he still there? Leliana held the crystal in one hand. I'm not really sure. Bruhan's voice came back over. After he filled us in, he stepped back into the Fade. I'm not sure if he's going to keep an eye on the kids or if he's returned to whatever he was doing before Carver contacted him. How did Carver contact him? Leliana fought the urge to pace. Even knowing what Morrigan and Jarath were, it still hadn't quite occurred to her they'd have an agent who could step in and out of the Fade at will, nor whom that agent might be. I'm. Bruhan's voice hesitated. Honestly afraid to ask. And I doubt he'll tell me. Do you think the kids are right about where the cult is based? They found the Temple of Earthamule. They found Barad-dûs. They tracked down elven sentinels willing to ally with them, and in doing so located one of the cult's strongholds. Gavarin was in Navarra City less than an hour before literally running into Cassandra. The first tavern Loghain tried to enter at random in Hasmul contained me. Bruhan chuckled. Honestly, they could have pulled the location out of their asses and I'd be betting on them being right. How is the situation in Starkhaven? She looked up at the map on one wall, focusing her eyes on their location. Oddly cordial. Hawke and Sebastian seem to have reconciled considerably in the past few days, and the prince has dropped the trade sanctions against Kirkwall and Ferelden. Lord Hendry is rather put out by the damage to his estate, but as the fire did not reach the area where he was keeping his work, he's willing to let bygones be bygones. She heard a note of excitement in his voice. I take it you've had the chance to see said work. Ma Arlath. She could almost see the gleam in his eye. The history they've compiled. Iona is an artist. Tissalan a musician. They. He was silent a moment, and she could hear his voice thicken when he spoke again. Leliana, there is so much here, I don't even know where to begin. I cannot wait to see it. She smiled. She hesitated. Where are the sentinels now? Delon and Iona are with the Inquisitor in Kirkwall. He chuckled. Apparently, they were rather in awe of Meryl. Of Meryl. She blinked. The sentinels seem to be of the notion that she is Mythal's high priestess. Meryl is apparently having some difficulty dissuading them from that line of thinking. And Melavin insisted on remaining. He's worried about Eli and Lord Hendry. And since he offered the children his protection, he feels it is his duty to help us aid them. She could almost hear Bruhan roll his eyes. And I think he's used to being in charge and didn't want to be sidelined. There was a murmur she couldn't make out. Dorian just arrived. Give him my best, and keep me informed. Kells. My guess is without horses, it's going to take us at least a week to get to Salas. He looked over the map. And we may have to make camp early tonight, or risk camping without anything nearby for shelter or defense. We'll camp early. Jaroth nodded to him. That's a lot of flat nothing. Caleb scanned the area ahead of them. It's called the Silent Plains. Well, at least if anything is out there, we'll see it coming. Dorian stared at them as they took turns filling him in on recent events. Next to him, Cole's mouth was hanging open slightly. You lost me at. He shook his head. Well, him. He pointed at Melavin. Elven sentinels have been hiding in Stark Haven, completely unknown to the Inquisition, for the past 5 years until your children happened to find them. Welcome to our world. Colin nodded to him. I need a. He trailed off when Iron Bull handed him the drink. Thank you, Amadeus. Hey Kieran. Duncan glanced over his shoulder. Yes. I don't suppose you have any insight as to why there is a statue of a giant nug with a cheese wheel in front of it sitting out here in the middle of nowhere. It's an Easter egg. Duncan sighed. I am eventually going to learn not to ask. You've changed your mind about accompanying us then? Since it's not going to involve Asshead, yes. Hawk nodded. Besides, Fenris was pouting that he wasn't going to get to kill any Magisters. Magister Arendelle glanced over her shoulder at Hawk. He winked at her. Colin rolled his eyes, but smiled. I admit to being relieved to have you along. If there is trouble in that city, odds are you'll manage to trip over it. Excuse me? Whose son literally ran into Cassandra? If you two don't knock it off, I'm taking my griffins and going home. Carver shook his head. Hear that? My little brother said for you to grow up. Yes. Melavin sighed. Those were definitely your children. And we are walking. And walking. And walking. Caleb kicked a rock. That is generally how people get from one place to another. Kells shook his head at him. We should have stolen the griffins. Yeah, messing with the griffins is really never a good idea. Leandra shook her head. Your father did teach us how to ride them. And I know for a fact he gave you both the full spiel on the many, many ways a griffin can fold, spindle, and mutilate someone who annoys it. If it's all the same, I would very much prefer to keep my feet on the ground. Traian shook his head. I will have to agree with our esteemed dwarven prince. Eli shook her head. Caleb blinked. Wait, they didn't have griffins in Arlathan. We had them. Eli shook her head. I just did not ride them. How can you not like griffins? Duncan blinked at her. I do not dislike them, exactly. Eli frowned. It is more the not having anything between me and the ground part that gives me pause. Exactly. Traian nodded. And they are smelly. Griffins are not smelly. Leandre glared at him. That's a good smell. She narrowed her eyes as if daring anyone to disagree. I admit, I am rather missing Isana and Urtok at the moment. Duncan sighed. Wait, you have your own griffins. Caleb looked back at him. Being king does have a few advantages. Duncan chuckled. So, when Traian becomes king, does he get a griffin? Actually, Kal Hirol has a stable of 6 griffins which do technically belong to House Setida. But as far as I know, he doesn't ride them. Ah. Good. Nice to know I retain some sense. How come the Inquisition never got any griffins? Kells glanced at Kieran. Father owed no debt to the Inquisition. Any debt he felt he owed Ferelden was paid in full when he stopped that crazy brood mother out in Amaranthin. Duncan shook his head. That did not count. It was his job. So what debt was he talking about? That is a matter between him and my grandmother. Duncan raised an eyebrow. Is this going to be one of those conversations I regret starting? Most likely, yes. Right. Hey. Caleb suddenly jumped excitedly and pointed. Look, a city. Well. As near as I can tell, those are the ruins marked on the map here. Kells indicated the location. Which means we are going the right way. You really don't have to sound surprised by that. Gavrin chuckled. We should get there a bit before sunset. What say we camp there? Caleb glanced at Sala. I think we should scout the location first. With so few good sites around, it's possible we won't be the only people there. Sala raised an eyebrow when Eli and Agatha returned. Well. Looks empty. Agatha nodded. It would appear that until sometime with the past few months, it was inhabited by a dragon. I see no sign that the beast is a current inhabitant, but its presence may have been enough to convince the smugglers to find a safer route. All right. Let's head in, and find shelter, but stay under cover just in case it does return. Sala shook her head. You know how our luck runs. They found a room that was sheltered from the sky, and would conceal their fire from anyone, or anything, that might be looking. Several stone benches still dotted the room, providing comfortable seating. And best of all, some kind of magic remained in a nearby fountain, causing clear water to continue to burble and pour forth. It didn't take them long to decide to strip off armor and do some much-needed bathing. Agatha ran the damp cloth over Jarotha's shoulder before seating herself in his lap. She felt his arms go around her, pulling her close to him. She kissed him. He rose, swinging effortlessly up into his arms, and carried her towards one of the shadowed alcoves. How come you never carry me off like that? Leandra elbowed Gavrin. Well, there is the part where you are usually wearing 50 pounds of armor, the part where you often have 6 feet of blade strapped to your back, and the part where you are stronger than I am. Gavrin chuckled. I'm not wearing armor now. She grinned, and touched his cheek. And my sword is over there. She gestured. And the part where you are stronger than I am. He smiled playfully. You mean the part where if you don't sweep me off my feet right now, I'm going to hurt you. She smiled coyly. That's my girl. He kissed her nose before abruptly throwing her over his shoulder and walking off towards one of the other room. Gavrin Dorian Rutherford. She started hitting him as he carted her off. I guess this means I'm getting stuck with first watch. Kells sighed. Well, if you are volunteering. Loghain shrugged and stood up, holding out a hand to Eli. Eli let him pull her to her feet. Asshole. Duncan chuckled. He blinked. Wait, why are you two taking rope? When Loghain grinned, Duncan shook his head. No. No, I don't want to know. Do not, under any circumstances, tell me. Just go. He rubbed his forehead. Asshole. Caleb snickered. You think you'd learn? Hey, Duncan. Traian raised an eyebrow. When Duncan looked up, Traian shifted a bit uncomfortably. So, He sighed. Lita. Yeah. Duncan nodded. Kieran, make a note. 2 years from now, do everything in your power to stop Lady Dace from convincing Traian that the full traditional dwarven ceremony is required for the wedding. Seriously, turn into a dragon and start eating guests if you have to, just don't make me sit through all those speeches again. Lord Volney talked for 3 hours. 3. Eat him first. I am not eating any dwarves. Kieran shook his head. Please. Hairballs. Ah. Trian sighed. Sala laid her head on Kieran's shoulder, staring up into the darkness and shadows. Kieran's arm curled around her protectively, holding her close. She sighed. What is wrong? His voice tickled her ear. If we succeed, I won't remember this moment. Here, with you. She turned towards him, draping her arm over his chest. All of this will be undone. I will remember. He said the words softly. I suppose, in some ways I'm lucky. I know how this is going to end. How much time I have left. She drummed her fingers lightly, and felt him catch her hand. It does not have to end. She lifted her head, and kissed him. I think all of reality is conspiring against us. Her fingers trailed down his cheek. You'll be whole again. It will all be undone. I'll forget. You'll be gone and I won't even remember you. He pulled her to him, holding her tightly, lips barely a hair from her ear. You are Sala. You will remember, and I will come back to you. And if reality knows what is good for it, it will stay out of my way. Her eyes closed, and she kissed him again, letting time fall away as she lay in his arms. They were halfway through breaking camp when there was whooshing sound followed by a dull thud. Everyone in the camp went still. A lie. Tissalin shot the other sentinel a very annoyed look. The freshest spoor was at least 3 months old. Alai shook her head as she hissed in response. Maybe we all imagined it. Caleb whispered hopefully. He was answered by a low roar, and the sound of something big moving nearby. May I recommend stealth? Jaroth strapped his shield to his arm. Strongly. What are you worried about? You already killed a dragon. A little one. And Loghain has hunted dragons. Caleb glanced at the other one. Which is why I'm seconding Jaroth's run as fast and quietly as possible plan. Loghain secured his breastplate as he spoke. Leandra likes fighting dragons. When I've got ballistas backing me up and know what kind of dragon it is before I get there. She hissed as she finished fastening her greaves. I bet Tissalin has taken on a dragon before. And it will be at least another 500 years before I again do so willingly. And Kieran used to be a dragon. Caleb pointed. I vote for the running. Kieran slung a pack over his shoulder. You guys are lousy adventurers. Is he still pouting? Duncan glanced at Loghain. I'm not sure. I asked, and I was informed he's not speaking to any of us. Loghain's lips twitched. He even called me an asshole. You are an asshole? Sala tried to hide a smile as she glanced back at her brother. The ruins had vanished in the distance, and with them, the dragon. Caleb had spent several miles attempting to convince them to go back and fight the dragon, but they had pointed out that fighting a dragon was dangerous and foolhardy, that the dragon was far enough away not to present a danger to people, that fighting a dragon was dangerous and foolhardy, that they didn't have the proper gear for doing battle against a dragon, that fighting a dragon was dangerous and foolhardy, that the dragon would serve to dissuade anyone attempting to follow them, that fighting a dragon was dangerous and foolhardy, that they had a chance for escape and should take it, and that fighting a dragon was dangerous and foolhardy. She noted that once again Tissalin had taken a position a pace behind her and slightly to her left. The same position Jaroth habitually took when accompanying Duncan. She made the mental note to ask why he was taking that position for her instead of Kieran. Kells, how far? Assuming the map is accurate, we should be in sight of it by this time tomorrow. All right. She frowned. What do we actually know about this city? It's old. As in elven ruins still standing and being used old. Most of the city predates the chant by a couple hundred years. Kells furrowed his brow. It's Tevinter, so. He shrugged. Slaves, blood magic, demons, mages openly dueling in the streets, decadence, and strange fashions. He looked over the party. My suggestion is you, Gavrin, and Kieran make it clear you are mages and pretend to be snooty nobles, and the rest of us act like your entourage. Snooty nobles? Sala said. Okay, I can probably manage that. Pretend you are a Delancet. Agatha grinned at her. I think the objective is to not have people trying to kill us. Sala shook her head. Walk as though you own everything you see, don't actually give a shit about any of it, and we'll be offended if it gets on your boots. Agatha waved a hand. It works for the Deshers. Why am I asking you? Sala glared. Duncan, suggestions. Look bored while your diplomatic attaché does all the talking. Duncan shrugged. Try not to fall asleep. For a king, you suck at being a noble. Why Sala? Duncan put a hand over his heart. That is the nicest thing you've ever said to me. He gestured as though wiping a tear from his eye, then nodded towards Agatha. Go with Agatha's suggestion. It always works for the warden commander. He sighed. Even when it's the palace I own. Caleb quickened his pace to catch up with Tessalin. You know, for an old guy, you're pretty light on the words of wisdom. I do not believe I have made any claims towards possessing wisdom. You've been helping us with our fighting, but not doing the wise old man guide thing. I mean, Melavin was all full of advice. Grandpa Loghain yelled advice at everyone. And every noble I've ever met can't wait to shove pearls of advice at me. He glanced at Tessalin. But not you. Ah. Tessalin smiled. It is advice you want? Well then. He took a deep breath. Always walk a mile in the other man's shoes. That way, when you fully realize just how wrong he really is, you are a mile away. And he is barefoot. Tessalin. Caleb glanced down at his feet. You don't even wear shoes. I used to. But people kept walking off in them and never coming back. Tessalin shrugged. He snickered. I'm serious. Wisdom is a word and a spirit. Like compassion, or justice. It means different things to different people, and can all too easily be twisted. Tessalin waved a hand. I knew a wise woman once, and she often gave me a piece of advice that I never once regretted following. He spread his hands. She would say, Tessalin, if you know what is good for you, you will put that down and come to bed. Wait, that's advice. Caleb blinked. A wise woman indeed. Loghain said, trying to keep a straight face. That is why I married her. He glanced back at Caleb. The sky is blue, the grass is green, and we are in good company. What more do you seek, Delenn? Yeah. I guess you've got me there. He chuckled. A cool drink, a warm bed, and someone willing to share both, Loghain said. You are a wiser man than most, young Mactier. Tessalin nodded. What was her name? Caleb asked. I called her Mavra. What was she like? You are a brave man indeed, Delenn, to ask an old poet to describe the love of his life. Tessalin's smile was sad. I think you might have been better to face off against the dragon. They stood, looking down at the city. The walls alone were imposing, and inside stood jagged towers well over 100 feet high. Some were connected by spans of graceful bridges, high above the streets below. Bigger than I thought it would be. Sala said. It's very. Tevinter. Kieran supplied. Yeah. Like it doesn't like anyone and doesn't care if they know it. Caleb nodded. And somewhere in there is a demon that needs killing. Duncan folded his arms. From the looks of it, maybe more than one. Tryan added. Let's go. Chapter 34. It felt a little odd, walking into town with his staff openly on display. And absolutely nobody stopping to look at it. He wasn't sure anyone was looking at them at all, despite the oddness of their group. Both the sentinels were wearing masks that matched the one worn by Loghain. He'd complained again, but he was able to effect a rather convincing Orlshian accent. Agatha's mask matched Gerotha's. Gavarin walked through the street as if he knew where he was going. Leandra fell into step a pace behind him, taking on the role of bodyguard. Kells was performing the same role for Sala, as Duncan shadowed Kieran. Sala was doing a little too much staring for his liking, but Kieran had simply adopted the mannerisms of his alter ego. It was actually just a bit creepy. All in all, he felt they were doing a fairly good imitation of merchants arrived on business. An inn wasn't an option. They'd be watching for that. There was no Inquisition safe house. And Kells didn't know enough of the Lucerni to know who to trust here. After some discussion, they had decided to go a different direction. Kieran led them to their destination as though he had been there 1,000 times. It was possible he had. The house wasn't large, but certainly adequate enough for their needs. The door opened at Kieran's touch, letting them inside. "And this belongs to Lord Baelith?" Duncan asked skeptically. "Actually, I believe this belongs to Uncle Nathaniel, or one of his alternate identities." Kieran gestured for them to stay back as he focused his magic to begin taking down the wards. "He's going to know you were here. There is a spirit guarding the place. I have asked it not to speak on our arrival. It will listen, I think." Kieran lowered his hands. "There. You think? Justice and vigilance would know if it lied, thus if asked, it will answer them truthfully." Kieran tilted his head. "And Uncle Nathaniel likely knows where we are anyway. Grandpa Logain would have told him, if he did not already know. Uncle Nathaniel does have a tendency to know things." Caleb ran a finger through the layer of dust on a sideboard. "I take it nobody has been here in a while. 2 years, I think." Kieran frowned. "I am not certain. I will look around, make sure." Eli nodded. "Be sure to check for dragons." Tissalin pointedly did not look at her. Eli said something in Elven that made Gavrin choke and Kieran snicker. Sala rubbed her forehead. "Who is coming along for tonight's check-in? Any insight?" "It wants to be the only power left standing. It is vengeance, it is desire, it is hunger. Tearing down what it could never have, lashing out against those it feels wronged it. It wanted to make them into weapons. It thinks it still can." Cole nodded. "And the kids are heading right for it." Alistair paced. "Anything else?" "It's harder to hear now." Cole shifted his weight apologetically. "I'm sorry." Cullen put a hand on his shoulder. "We appreciate you coming at all, Cole." He sighed. "Any insight into the kids themselves?" "Duncan is very angry. He wants to fill it with arrows so it never happens." Hot blood on his face. Cole shook his head. "He's loud inside." He glanced at Alistair, who nodded and bowed his head. "And the others?" He swallowed. "Gavrin. It's hard to see past the fire. It's part of him. He's scared of that part. And..." Cullen took a deep breath. "Any insight on Kieran?" The music plays, swirling with color and taste and touch and light, echoing across old born new again. Laughing, loving, relearning what was lost. Teacher and student. He wants to make his father proud. Cole met Cullen's eyes. "They all do." "Of course they do." Alistair rubbed his forehead. "Because they are all too dumb to realize how proud we were of them already. Loving so much it hurts." Cole nodded. "His father wants him to learn, so he understands. He hoped you could teach him, as you once taught him. Dragons are not born knowing how to fly." Alistair blinked. "Cole, are you talking about Jarath?" "Er." Alistair frowned. "The Warden Jarath?" "Yes." "No." Cole frowned. "I don't know. It's never really a cut or dried sort of thing." Cullen nodded. "Cole, I'd like for you to head back to Kirkwall." "The Inquisitor needs me?" Cole nodded to him. "I will try to help." "Thank you." "Well." Sala raised an eyebrow at Eli. "There is an Eluvian in the basement." Eli turned towards Kieran. "It is one of Aunt Meryl's. It is not connected to the main network. That doesn't mean he can't access it." Eli shook her head. "I will check the wards." Kieran tilted his head. "Unfortunately, we may need an escape route." Tryan wrinkled his nose. "I'll see what I can do about getting this place livable. And figure out what supplies are here that we can use. The King of Kal Hirol just appointed himself our butler." Caleb snickered. "Just for that, you're helping." Tryan grabbed him by the front of his tunic and dragged him into the next room. "Any idea where to start looking?" Sala leaned against a wall, and turned her gaze to Agatha. Agatha frowned. She's an elf, so she can't pretend to be a Magister. I'd wager they have themselves an actual Magister, either hoodwinked or actually controlled in some fashion. All right. Sala nodded. We'll settle in tonight, and start hunting tomorrow. Is there anything resembling food stores? Kieran tilted his head. No. I'll see about getting food. Kells stood up. We passed a market on our way in. Leandra and I will go with him. Gavrin stood. There is clothing, if you wish to make yourselves look more. Kieran shrugged. Tevinter. If anyone tells Dorian I tried Tevinter fashion, I'm going to turn them into a nug. Gavrin headed in the direction Kieran indicated. Duncan frowned, and looked over at Kieran. Can he actually do that? It is highly unlikely. That's... Duncan frowned. Not exactly a no. He raised an eyebrow. Can you turn people into a nug? I do not believe I can in the here and now. Kieran tilted his head. In the before or after, if sufficiently motivated, it is possible. I have never tried. Well, if you ever feel like trying. Agatha grinned. I have a list. Why are you shadowing me? Sala glanced up at Tessalin. He wasn't particularly obtrusive, but she was pretty sure he was never more than 20 feet from her. To keep you safe. She blinked. On some level, she supposed she'd expected him to deny he was doing anything of the sort. I would have expected you to be worried about Kieran, being that he is the muse. I am looking out for him. Tessalin nodded to her. That is why I am shadowing you. That. She shook her head. I guess I don't quite get you. I thought you were along because you wanted to look out for Earthamil and avenge Anara. The trouble with starting on a path to vengeance is that it is extraordinarily difficult to know when to stop. It is far too easy to become the monster you once set out to destroy. Maybe you do have a bit of wisdom, after all. She smiled up at him, and then shook her head. I've never really asked, but... She folded her arms atop her legs. Why didn't you follow Fenharil? The wolf looks at the world, and sees the way it has changed. I look, and I am struck by all the ways it has remained the same. The rich gorge, and the poor hunger. There is war, and those who strive for peace. There is anger and compassion, hatred and love, sorrow and joy, greed and selflessness, injustice and hope. He wants to recreate a world that only ever existed in dreams. Did you know him, before? She chewed her lip. Yes. He was a good man. A hero, and I am proud of the son that died in his service. Tessalin smiled. But then, no man sees himself as the villain of his own tale. There are undoubtedly those in this cult we face who see us as beasts come to steal away their last hope. Then why come with us? She frowned. Because Melavin offered to help. Because the only one of our gods worth following was the one that remembered how to love. He gave her a small bow. And so, my blades are here, should you have need of them. She felt a wetness behind her eyes. Thank you, Tessalin. She rose. Any advice on facing an incredibly strong desire demon on its own turf? Don't die. Tessalin shrugged. That's your advice. She stared at him a moment before laughing. It's worked for me for a very long time, Delenn. And where is your estate? Cullen raised an eyebrow at Magister Arendaw. She smiled apologetically. Estate is a very strong term. I own a house here, and 3 businesses, one of which has a warehouse. As the house is occupied by one of my underlings, the warehouse may actually be our best bet. It has room for the griffins if we need to bring them in for a quick exit. Arendaw led them to a stone building that had to be almost 1,000 years old. It was in impressively good repair. Most of it was unused, and Hawk and Lenore immediately busied themselves setting wards while Zevran and Burhan searched the place. I do apologize for the poor accommodations, Your Majesty. Magister Arendaw sighed. Alistair chuckled. My dear woman, do remember I used to be a warden. There were days when a semi-flat surface was a luxury. If it turns out there are no leads to be found here. Dorian waved a hand. Or if we run into trouble and must flee, I do own a villa a couple days' journey to the east. He shrugged. It can serve as a fallback point. Well, we have a plan. Cullen shook his head. Now to find our kids before someone else does. I am going to regret starting this conversation, but... Duncan glanced up at Loghain. You and the Elven Sentinel. Are you looking for details? Loghain waggled his eyebrows. Asshole. Duncan shook his head. You're married to my sister, and sleeping with an ancient elf. I feel like I have a justified concern here. Loghain raised an eyebrow. Exactly what sort of future do you think Eli and I have? He shrugged. Either the timeline resets, and none of this ever occurs. Or we fail, and die horrible deaths. He frowned. Mine quite possibly at your father's hands. Father knows, by the way. Melavin apparently let it slip. Ah. Loghain shrugged. Do say something nice at the funeral. Lie if you have to. I think the best I can come up with is, he didn't usually fart in public. Duncan folded his arms. I'm serious. She's. He sighed. I am fond of Eli, I will not deny that. Frankly, I think Wynne would be as well. Yeah, that horrible death you mentioned a moment ago. Duncan raised an eyebrow. It's going to involve arrows. You know, just because you are determined to die a virgin. I'm not a. Duncan glared at him. Asshole. He shook his head. How did you even manage to convince an ancient elf to sleep with you in the first place? Well. Loghain shrugged, and leaned against the wall. Some men think they are gifts from the gods. I, on the other hand, actually am. Duncan blinked, and rubbed his forehead. Tell me you don't actually use that line. He sighed. Just be careful, all right. Loghain smiled flirtatiously. Why, Duncan, darling, I never knew you cared. Why is Duncan trying to hit Loghain with the broom? Trian asked. I'm guessing because Loghain asked for it. Kells looked down at him. Probably. Trian leaned on the table and stared at what they'd found in the cache. I'm not sure what all of this stuff is. He picked up a rune. This is designed to be fitted to a weapon. Fire, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know how to do the fitting. Danya's work, I'm sure. Kells frowned. Kieran would know. Maybe. What about those? He pointed at 4 intricately carved copper rods. Not a clue. And considering just who they might belong to, I'm kind of leery about being in the same city as them. He looked up. Tissalin. Yes. Trian pointed to the rods. Any idea what those are? I believe they are ward spikes. Tissalin held his hand over one, stopping just short of touching them. Set them in a square, and they will generate rather strong barriers. He frowned. And then, some undefined time later, explode. Right. Kells nodded. Maybe we'll just leave those be. What about that? He pointed to an etched glass vial containing what looked to be ashes. I have no idea. It is of modern make, and the etchings do not appear to be elven. Well, the weapons are. Kells picked up one of the swords, and let out a low whistle. Maker, is this dragon bone? He looked at the markings on the hilt. Danya made this. Not a surprise. She worked for the Warden before she worked for the Inquisition. Trian frowned. Tara suspects she still does. Sierra thinks the same. Kells held the sword up, and gave it a longing look. Think anyone would mind if I... Kieran did say to help ourselves. Trian tested the weight of an axe. Right. Kells looked over his shoulder. Hey, Jaroth. Come see what we found. Duncan hefted the bow. Nice. Leandra spun a great sword around in her hands. You can say that again. Am I the only one finding this just a little strange? Trian raised an eyebrow. Finding what just a little strange? Duncan glanced down at him. That the cache here, in a safe house that hasn't been used in years and belongs to his parents' team. Trian pointed at Kieran. Just happens to contain the correct quantity, fit, and style of weaponry and armor to meet the needs and preferences of a group comprised of. He gestured. Us. They all stopped and looked down at the items they had selected. That is. Eli looked again at the elven-style shield she was holding. Huh. Duncan looked again at the bow. The warden's group did contain elves and dwarves. Caleb looked down at the crossbow-like contraption he was holding. I mean, he's an elf. Sort of. Kieran looked down at his staff. He twisted it in the center, and it came apart to form a weapon for each hand just as his previous one had. He put it back together, and tilted his head. He looked over the items again, and then pointed at the shield Jaroth had chosen. That was made by Wade, from ancestral heartwood. Justice used it in the battle for Amaranthin. And it ended up here. Trian raised a skeptical eyebrow. And that axe? Kieran nodded to the one Trian was carrying. Father carried it during the Blight. He blinked, and pointed to Loghain's chosen blade. And that is the one he gave your grandfather after conscripting him. Loghain ran a hand over the blade almost reverently. I thought it lost in the fade. That staff. Kieran pointed at the one Gavrin held. Father found that in Omgarrick. Gavrin lifted it, and traced a finger along the intricate pattern carved upon it. Wow. He looked up at Kieran. How did it end up here? For a long moment, Kieran was silent. Then he nodded, and smiled. Mother always was very good at providing a nudge where needed. Kieran put his staff into its harness. Well. Kells shrugged and looked up. Thank you. Thank you. Duncan added a small bow. The others echoed the words. Agatha glanced up at Eli. Can I ask you something? Could I stop you? Eli smiled. Well, Agatha sighed. You and Loghain? I mean. She shook her head. I mean, you're not just an elf, you're like one of the elfiest of elves. And he's. She shrugged. Him. He's young. Eli looked down at her hands. And he helps me remember what that was like. As do you. She chuckled. And he is rather pretty. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Agatha sheathed the dagger in her boot. Trouble is he knows it. And your own paramour. Eli offered her another dagger. She couldn't quite keep the smile off her lips. He's She blushed. Yeah. Wow. She put the dagger into her other boot. So, She rubbed the back of her neck. We were heading out to chase bad guys. We were indeed. Sala raised an eyebrow when she saw the happy expressions on the faces of Eli and Agatha. You found something. We did. Agatha pointed back. We saw one of the men who was with. Her eyes narrowed. That bastard that killed Noman. We trailed him, but lost track of him when he went into the market district. Eli folded her arms. But they are here. Caleb followed Loghain and Eli through the market. Loghain occasionally stopped to finger wares, occasionally barking something that Eli pretended to note on the writing board she was carrying. He doubted her sharp yellow eyes were missing anything as they occasionally scanned the crowd from behind the mask. He wore Eli's sword and shield, but he knew her loose clothes concealed at least a half-dozen daggers. On the other side of the market he spotted Gavrin, Kells, and Leandra doing much the same thing. Seeing Gavrin dressed in the robes of a Magister and wearing a cold sneer was a little disconcerting. He couldn't locate the others, and hoped that was a good thing. Eli offered Loghain a drink from the wineskin she was carrying, and flicked her eyes to the north. Loghain drank and handed it back, and started making his way in the direction she'd indicated. Caleb hurried to keep up. Sala held Kieran's hand as they walked. Two young lovers out for a stroll, accompanied by their elven serving man. Tissalan had traded the mask for a hood that hid his features, and carried a small parasol that he used to shade her from the sun. With his magic, he didn't need to openly carry weapons, and could get by with armor light enough to wear beneath clothing. The Tevinter-style dress felt odd. The neckline plunged in a way that made her more than a little self-conscious, and the tightly laced corset really wasn't helping there. Neither had Loghain openly staring when she'd come out wearing the thing. The flowing trail that formed the back of her skirt was far heavier than she was used to wearing, though the heeled boots prevented it from dragging on the ground. The envious stares a few of the other women were giving her upon noticing Kieran did nothing to set her at ease. Perhaps subterfuge was not her strong point. What is the purpose of having this many buckles to get in and out of clothing? Kieran asked, causing her to giggle. Indolence. Tissalin answered the question. It requires servants to make the act of dressing easy, thus such clothing makes it clear you possess people who serve no other purpose than to do the most basic of tasks for you. I hate it. Kieran shook his head. A situation I find most satisfactory. Tissalin's lips twitched slightly. His eyes suddenly narrowed. There. Casually, Sala glanced the way he was looking. She saw an elven woman accompanied by 3 men, one of whom was dressed in the style of a magister. The elven woman was carrying an unusual-looking staff. It looked like a large length of copper had been looped back on itself and twisted, forming an oval-shaped head. The other side ended in the length of copper having been shaped into a wickedly curved blade. The staff was otherwise rather plain, devoid of any carvings or other additions. Kieran, thoughts on the staff? When he did not respond, she looked up at him. Kieran. Drums. She caught his arm, and he blinked down at her, expression surprised. Kieran. Yes. Thoughts on the staff? What staff? Oh, 4. She glanced at Tissalin before looking back up at Kieran. We should follow her, and try to signal the others if we can. Chapter 35. Trian led Duncan, Jarath, and Agatha through the northern market. Duncan had pointed out that dwarven merchants were far more common in Tevinter than dwarven servants, and he walked next to Jarath, mirroring the role of bodyguard. Agatha walked next to him, playing the role of scribe. Trian paused a moment to admire the patina a craftsman had managed on a dagger hilt, and resolved to figure out how it had been done. Loghain is moving. Agatha's voice was barely a whisper. He paid a gold for the dagger and started walking. He couldn't make out the blonde knight through the crowd of humans. Which way? Northeast. They strolled in that direction casually. He still couldn't make out Loghain, but the form currently heading up a staircase into one of the towers looked familiar. Paradise. Might be wise to get word to our mages. Jarath shook his head. Any idea how? Agatha asked. She frowned. Eli is a mage. Sort of. Trail him and see where he goes, but keep our heads low. Duncan glanced down at Trian. You are one of the people he specifically targeted. Jarath narrowed his eyes. Which is why the keeping of the heads low. Duncan nodded. But this is why we are here, isn't it? Looks like he's heading into the upper levels. Trian continued walking. Still plenty of people around to provide cover. I don't see Loghain. Jarath scanned the crowd. Nor do I. Agatha shook her head. Maybe he lost Paradise. All the more reason for us to catch up. Duncan kept walking a pace behind Trian, though it was clear he wanted Trian to walk faster. Hurrying would just call attention to them. He increased his pace to a more determined walk, as if he'd just remembered an appointment. Lost him. Eli made a frustrated sound. Why couldn't they wear signs, or have uniforms or something? Caleb scanned the courtyard. Why does every color in Tevinter fashion have to be a hair shy of black? Loghain frowned. Looks like Trian might have spotted something. They are headed into the upper levels. Shall we go back them up? Caleb asked. We might get lucky and spot our quarry again from that vantage point. Loghain started walking and then stopped again. I just spotted our quarry. Where? Caleb asked. Eli let out a string of elven curses. Following Trian's group. Loghain growled and then started walking again at a faster pace. They are walking into a trap. Caleb followed after Loghain. Again. Gavrin narrowed his eyes as another man deliberately stepped into his path. The man glanced at his staff before smirking. Now where did a youngling like you get that? He started to step around, and the man moved to block him. I asked you a question, boy. The man folded his arms. It was a gift. Dorian had warned him about magisters dueling in the streets. Showing weakness was not a good option here. Get out of my way. A gift. The man rolled his eyes. From who? Whom? Gavarin met the man's eyes. What? The correct phrasing is from whom. Gavarin held the man's gaze steadily. You are in my way. Listen, you smart-mouthed little pissant. The man gestured at himself. Do you know who I am? The man was dressed as a Magister. It was possible he was someone important. Frankly, Gavarin had his doubts. A man of genuine import would not be picking a fight with a stranger in the street. Behind him he felt more than Sokels and Leandra assume wary stances. I am a newly arrived to this city, and I am expected elsewhere. For a moment, it looked like the other man was going to walk away. And then a nearby woman chuckled. Just challenge him if you want the staff so badly. She waved a hand carelessly. Foreigner, eh? The man shrugged. Let's see what you've got, boy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kells reach for his sword. He held up a warning hand. Mage duels had rules in Tevinter, but if Kells or Leandra interfered, they'd simply be killed out of hand. Very well. His opponent pulled his staff and started to twirl it. Gavarin didn't bother with the theatrics. He simply drew upon the fate and pushed. His opponent flew backwards and slammed into the wall behind him. Gavarin waved a hand, and the man flew in that direction, landing sprawled on the ground. He waved his hand the other way, and the man slid towards him to lie in at his feet. Are we done here? Gavarin raised an eyebrow. The Magister blinked up at him through slightly glassy eyes. He decided to take that as a yes, and stepped around the man to continue on his way. He'd made it a dozen steps before he heard Leandra's hiss of warning. The barrier sprang into place just in time to shield him and his companions from the fireball the Magister hurled. Blood trailed in a line down the man's arm as he prepared his next spell. He pulled on the fade once more and it bent to his will with a downward punching motion. Before the spell could leave the Magister's hands, a mirror of his hand made of the fade itself slammed into the man from above. There was a hideous crunching sound and the man started to scream as he writhed on the ground. A few of his companions started to reach for their staffs, and Gavarin narrowed his eyes. I did not come here to fight, but I will not be threatened. I suggest you get your friend to a healer, and hope he has learned something from this experience. He whirled, and once again started walking away. This time, they let him go. That estate is a fortress. Sala sighed. Tissalin, you see any way in? None I like enough to try. Tissalin frowned. That building has held for centuries, a fact which alone gives me pause. My people knew how to build, when we put our minds to it, and ancient defenses may still be in play. There are many wards. Kieran's eyes narrowed. And they have bound spirits to defend it. Jerks. Sala shook her head. Now we know where they are. Possible we could attack while they are moving through town. Challenge her to a mage duel or something. She is not a Magister, thus that option is unavailable. Let's regroup with the others. Sala jerked her head back the way they had come. Maybe they've found something. Colin stopped his pacing when Dorian entered the room. Any word? None yet. Dorian sighed with frustration. It is possible we beat them here by a wider margin than anticipated. Or they could have camped outside the city. Alistair raised an eyebrow. Magister Aranda shook her head. No. The guards would have chased them off or arrested them if they camped within 5 miles of the city itself, and further would interfere with their reason for being here. And what of their quarry? Melavin asked. On that, we had a bit more luck. Dorian nodded to Aranda. A Magister Valis is entertaining guests that match the description of Baradais, as well as Siofra and Padar. Padar was the... Colin raised an eyebrow. The Lyrium warrior. Aranda nodded. My contact confirmed the description. But it won't be long before our arrival in the city reaches their ears. Unfortunately, the estate of Magister Valis is well fortified and defended. Maybe staying undercover is the wrong tactic. Hawk shrugged. We could strut around like we own the place, let them come to us. You remember the part where we don't have an army? Alistair glared at him. You did all right last time you visited Tevinter. Hawk met his eyes levelly. I had Isabella, Varric, Mavarus, Isabella's crew, the Arishik, and 3 Cunary dreadnoughts. Well, see, you are in excellent shape. Hawk grinned and gestured at the inhabitants of the room. This time you have us. As optimistic as our friend may be. Aranda shook her head at Hawk. He might have a point. Dorian and I could make our presence here known. That may draw out either the kids or the cult. I'm not particularly happy about the thought of putting the 2 of you in danger either. Colin shook his head. Then you shouldn't have named your son Gavarin Dorian. Dorian smiled at Colin. Duncan scanned the bridge. He's almost to far side. If he looks back while we are crossing, he will spot us for certain. Agatha shook her head. I don't see any other way across. Traian looked at the neighboring buildings. We'll have to take the chance. Duncan looked down at him. We are in disguise. He's a demon. Jarath gave Duncan an annoyed look. And he's going to get away. Duncan sighed, and shook his head. Look, I'm not running headlong after him. He spots us, we head the other way and lose him in the crowd. Traian sighed, and started across the bridge. If they lost Barad now, who knew how long it might be before they spotted him again. Stone, but he wanted to get back to Kal Hirol and the safety of stone above his head. Duncan followed quickly, and he didn't need to look to know Jarath would follow the other man. Agatha moved again to his side. Caleb, Eli, do you see them? Loghain asked. No. Eli frowned. Shit, there. Caleb gestured. They are a level above us, on the bridge. Let's find a way up, fast. Loghain started down the next corridor, and stopped. I think they know we are here. Caleb swallowed. Nearly a dozen men in Orlshian-style armor blocked their path, hands on their weapons. The one in the lead sneered. You'll be wanting to throw down your weapons and come along quietly. No. Loghain shook his head. That really doesn't sound much like us. He glanced at Eli. Does that sound like us? He drew his blade, and readied his shield. It does not. Eli pulled her blade from Caleb's scabbard, and smiled. She grabbed the shield as the men started towards them. Are you two insane? Caleb hissed. There are a dozen of them. Yes, but... Loghain glanced back at him and waved casually. They are Orlshian. Well. Caleb stared at him in disbelief. In that case, have fun. We will. Eli chuckled, and glanced at Loghain. Winner gets to be on top. Loghain grinned back at her, and charged. Caleb grimaced and started loading his crossbow. Gavarin headed up the ancient stone staircase, and looked down at the market. I don't see any of them. Which means either they found trouble or trouble found them. Kells sighed. Or both. Perhaps we should. Leandra trailed off. Warehouses to the northeast. He glanced in that direction, and then blinked. That man bears an incredible resemblance to Dorian. He's talking with a man that bears an incredible resemblance to my father. Kells felt a moment of frustration as he looked back at Gavarin. My suggestion of going over and saying hello is going to get ignored, isn't it? Yes. Leandra said. Possibly not. Gavarin frowned. Gavarin. Leandra turned towards him. They found us. Gavarin folded his arms. Everywhere we've gone, they've found us. Including in Starkhaven, a place they couldn't possibly have had reason to go. He touched the sword Leandra was carrying. I've got a hunch we aren't the only ones that have received a bit of help. Slowly, Leandra nodded, and then she shook her head. But who is helping them? Kieran's parents, or? A very good question. Gavarin sighed. But either way, they are soon going to know we are here. If they do not already. Does this mean we are going to go over and say hello? Kells raised an eyebrow. It means. Gavarin sighed. That we need to find the others. Kieran, where are they? Salah scanned the square below. Kieran tilted his head, and half closed his eyes. Gavarin, Leandra, and Kells are in that direction. He turned slightly. The others are in that His eyes snapped open. Loghain, Ali, and Caleb seemed to have found trouble. Unfortunately. Tissalin gestured behind them. So have we. One of the men that has been with Siofra earlier had just emerged from an archway behind them, accompanied by 7 other men. He stared at them with a dumbfounded expression, and then immediately turned around and began running, shouting something to the other men. 2 men followed him, and the others started for them. We've got to stop him before he tells them we are here. Sala growled. Next to her, Kiran shifted into a raven and took to the air. Sala made a frustrated sound. Damn it, that's not what I meant. On guard, Murdhadri. Swords appeared into Salin's hands as the other men started for them. Sala drew the green staff and called her magic to her. Alistair stared out at the city through the gap in the shuttered windows. Outside, the shadows were lengthening, darkening the lowest levels of the city. He hated feeling helpless and useless here while his son was out there. Somewhere. He heard a sound behind him, and saw Magister Adralicus pouring wine into glasses. The younger man smiled at him when he saw Alistair looking, like an eager puppy hoping to please. I brought dinner. He gestured to the box full of wrapped items he'd set on the table. You weren't supposed to leave the building. Burhan sighed. Adralicus's face fell. Oh. I didn't go far. Just to the edge of the market. The smell coming from the box reached him, and caused his stomach to growl slightly. We need to be careful. Alistair tried to keep his voice gentle. Despite the younger man's exuberance, he did indeed mean well. Thank you. Burhan sighed, and accepted the glass of wine Adralicus handed him. Lenore accepted one as well. Adralicus seemed to take that as an invitation to start talking again as he handed out the contents of the box. Alistair found himself staring at some kind of flat bread wrapped around strips of heavily spiced unidentifiable meat. Tentatively, he took a bite, and then blinked in surprise. I think I like this. He looked down at the item in his hand. Which probably means you shouldn't tell me what it is. I've never tried much in the way of Ferelden cuisine. Adralicus went off on a tangent about some delicacy he imported from Riven, somehow managing to drink from his wine glass without pausing his speech. With a shake of his head, Alistair lifted his own glass to his lips. He yelped as Burhan struck it out of his hand, sending it shattering to the floor. Burhan, what the? Burhan met his eyes, and Alistair felt a moment of dawning horror just before one of his oldest friends started to fall. He caught Burhan, easing the man to the ground as he started convulsing. He looked up at Adralicus to find the man exchanging a terrified look with Lenore. Lenore's fingers started to glow white with healing magic that sparked out of existence again as she staggered. She fell across a bench, then rolled to the ground as she started twitching. Adralicus dropped his glass and caught the edges of the table before he started shaking, and a heartbeat later he too was on the ground. Hawk! Alistair yelled. Hawk! The door slammed open as the man came running. I don't see him. Agatha scanned the crowd. There. Traian nodded. The tail of Barides' silvery robes was vanishing down a staircase. He kept his pace measured as he followed. The staircase descended into another corridor, and Barides was just barely visible going into a room at the end of it. Cautiously, Traian continued after him. Halfway down the corridor, the floor suddenly gave way under his feet as a trap door opened. He heard exclamations from the others as they all tumbled down a smooth inclined stone. It dropped them into the darkness of another pit. Someone landed on him. Ow! Ow! He heard Duncan's voice echo. Agatha's voice came from near his ear, proving that she was the one who had landed on him. Everyone alive? I am. Duncan's voice answered. Get off me. Jarath said a moment later. Sorry. Duncan replied. There was a scrambling sound. Traian. I'm here. Traian winced as Agatha rolled off him. But I took an elf to the ribs. He blinked into the inky blackness. I had a soft landing. Agatha said. So did Duncan. Jarath said. How bad? Duncan's voice asked him. Dislocated my shoulder. There was a loud thumping sound, and then Jarath's voice continued with a pained sound. Fixed it. Don't look now. Agatha said. But I've got a sneaking suspicion we just fell into a trap. We are the biggest idiots in Thetis. Traian ran a hand down his face. Well. Duncan sighed. Kieran does have some kind of thing where he can find us, so dash. So now we get to be bait. Jaroth cut him off. Ah. Agatha said. Traian heard her stand up. Well. Shit. What do we do? Duncan started to ask. He trailed off as the room suddenly glowed with a dim light. What the? Jaroth looked down at the sword he'd drawn. He put it back in the sheath and the glow vanished. He drew it again, and it gave off the dim light again. Well, that's handy. Hold it up. Duncan ordered. Agatha, you see any way out? Yep. Agatha gestured. Got a door there. She headed towards it. Duncan immediately joined her. Loghain felt one of his ribs crack from the blow delivered by his opponent. A split second later, he'd opened the man's throat. He smashed another of the men in the face with his shield, sending him staggering backwards. Eli ran him through almost casually. Behind him, the crossbow twanged, and the last of the men fell. Loghain immediately turned to Eli. What was the final score? We tied. Eli wiped the blood from her blade before sheathing it. Against the wall it is. Loghain cleaned his own blade. Maker, will you two get a room? Caleb retrieved his crossbow bolts. That's the plan. Loghain started walking. As soon as we go save the kings. Gavarin led Leandra and Kells through the city. The others weren't in the first of the two fallback locations. Leandra made an irritated sound as they cut through the rapidly thinning crowd of the market to reach the other location. They were halfway there when something tingled lightly through the veil. He could feel it tingling against his skin, and he froze in his tracks. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Kells open his mouth to say something, only switch to Wide-Eye's silent recognition as a man stepped out of the shadows. Salas. Gavarin's voice was quiet. Fascinating. Salas's eyes looked Gavarin over. You have your mother's eyes. What do you want, Harin? Gavarin put a hand on Leandra's arm as she tried to move in front of him protectively. First, to satisfy my curiosity. Salas clasped his hands behind his back. I wished to meet my apprentice. His eyes flicked first to Leandra, and then to Kells. He gave Kells a small nod of greeting. Congratulations on your promotion, Lieutenant. Kells managed a nod. And the second? Gavarin asked. Salas gestured at an archway. Through here is an elevian. It will deliver you safely to one located in Kirkwall. Just like that? Leandra asked. I have no wish to see any of you harmed. Salas met Gavarin's eyes. And when your mother first realized you were in danger, she asked me to help. That is not a request I will deny her. Your agents attacked Kieran. If I wished to do Kieran harm, I have had plenty of opportunity. Salas shook his head. Abelas was ordered to apprehend, not injure, for Kieran's own safety. Salas's eyes narrowed. Gavarin could see a few other figures moving in the darkness behind him. An order I would prefer not to have to give here. He looked from one sentinel to the next, taking in all three of them. And then he switched to the Elvish language. The man to your left is named Lahris. He uses more spells than most arcane warriors, primarily favoring ice, and he uses the element in his barriers as well, making them particularly strong against fire. When he and I do battle, I defeat him by calling a stone from the fade and using it to crush his armor into his ribcage. His eyes went back to Salas. I was 10. You have taught me much since that day. For a moment, Salas stared at him. His lips twitched slightly. Gavarin squared his shoulders. We both know you will not compromise your plans by killing me. Thus the only question remaining is if you are willing to sacrifice your agents in an attempt to force the issue. Salas smiled. You know who my parents are, Salas, and you know my mentor. I think you far too intelligent than to threaten the safety of my friends. Salas gestured to the sentinels behind him, all of whom started to melt back into the shadows. He inclined his head. Gavarin returned the nod, and watched the dread wolf vanish into the night. Kel's voice was almost a squeak. He coughed. What just happened? My Elvish is really bad. Leandra stared. But I think my fiancé just threatened an elven god. He did what? Kel's mouth hung open. Leandra grabbed the front of Gavrin's robes and pulled him to her for a kiss. The four men lasted only a few seconds against her self-appointed elven bodyguard. It occurred to her that Tissalan might just be one of the few men who could hold his own in a fight against her father or Uncle Carver. Sala quickly caught up with Kieran. Don't go flying off like that. Kieran blinked at her, and gestured to the three bodies at his feet. They were getting away. She grabbed him by the front of the robes and kissed him soundly. I said, don't go flying off like that. Ah. Yes. Kieran nodded to her. It will not happen again. He smiled to her, and brushed her hair back from her face. I apologize. Behind them, Tissalan let out a low chuckle. Hush you. Sala rolled her eyes at him. A frown came to Kieran's face. The others are in trouble, and... He tilted his head, and frowned. The Dread Wolf is here. Ah. Sala swallowed. That. She shook her head. That's bad. I am not certain. Kieran shook his head. We need to find Gavrin, and... Kieran frowned. I think Duncan's group may have been captured. Loghain's group is trying to rescue them. And there is a harsher tune beneath. He rubbed the back of his neck. There are too many melodies playing. I cannot tell the harmonies apart. Which way to Gavrin? Sala asked. That way. Chapter 36. How bad? Colin's voice was quiet as he looked at where Hawk was tending to Lenore. All I can do is slow the effects of the poison down. Hawk looked up at him. Without some sort of antidote or a better healer than myself, they are going to die. Alistair flung an empty wine glass against the wall. Adralicus, you little idiot. What did happen? Fenris raised an eyebrow. Adralicus went out for food. He poured wine, drank. Alistair shook his head. Burhan must have felt the effects, realized what was happening. He stopped me from drinking, but Lenore and Adralicus had already had the wine. Hawk, what do you need? I can't answer that without knowing the poison. Perhaps if... Hawk frowned, and gently soothed the hair back from Lenore's face as she moved restlessly on the pallet. Damn it, cousin, don't you die on me. They looked up as Carver and Melavin entered. What happened? Carver immediately rushed to Lenore's side. Poison. Colin turned to Melavin. I don't suppose you can help. Melavin moved to Burhan's side. His fingers glowed faintly white. Healing was never one of my strong points. He shook his head. Anything I could do, Hawk has already done. Poison. Carver raised an eyebrow. You are sure? It was in the wine. Alistair gestured at the remains of the bottle. Carver stood and started for the door. Where are you going? Colin asked. To get something that might help. Colin grabbed his shield and started after Carver. Not alone. Duncan kicked the metal grating. Mafarotha's balls. Agatha sat down. The lock is magic. There is a barrier that is preventing me from picking it. She looked up at Traian. Without the actual key, I don't think we are getting it open. Stone. Traian leaned against the stone. He frowned. So where are they? It may take Kieran some time to notice we are in trouble. Duncan shook his head. Not him. Traian folded his arms. Our captors. They have to know we are in their trap, so where are they? After the others. Jiroth gestured at the grating. They know we aren't going anywhere. They have no faith in us at all. Caleb's voice came from the other side of the grate. I'm hurt. Maybe we should leave them there. Loghain's voice added. Duncan shook his head affectionately. Don't suppose you have the key? Caleb came to the grate and started examining it. You couldn't pick the lock. He raised an eyebrow at Duncan. It's magic. Agatha said. A lie. Caleb stepped out of the woman's way. Her fingers glowed faintly as she touched the lock, and then she shook her head. Nomin might have been able to do something. She looked back at Caleb. We are going to need the key. Yes, because that is undoubtedly just left laying around for us to find. Logain shook his head. Was there a key on any of the guys we killed back there? Caleb raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Logain frowned. I didn't look. Go do that. Duncan said. Right. Logain nodded. He pointed at Duncan. Don't go anywhere. Asshole. Duncan frowned. He noticed a bit of blood on Eli's arm, and that Logain was moving a bit stiffly. You're hurt. Minor. Logain shook his head. Sala will be able to fix us up in a snap, as soon as we find her. Quickly Duncan filled them in on spotting Barad-Eyes. Be careful. Yes, your majesticalness. Caleb saluted. No key. Caleb shook his head as he looked up from the last of the corpses. Duncan said something about Barad-Eyes heading into a room at the end of the corridor. Logain frowned. We might have better luck there. He sighed. Though if Barad-Eyes is present, it might be wise to find a different plan. We can't leave them in there. Caleb shook his head. And the others aren't at the fallback points. Our choices appear limited. Eli narrowed her eyes. We can. She pointed. Our earlier quarry is over that way. Well, let's go ask him about the key. Logain rose and headed in that direction. Leandra shook her head. They aren't at this fallback point either. Perhaps they are back at the safe house. Kells looked around. We can't go there. Gavrin frowned. Kells raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because I don't want to lead our tale to that location. Gavrin kept his face expressionless. One of the sentinels. North stairs, then just like in Jader? Leandra asked. Gavrin nodded. Exactly. You two realize I have no idea what you are talking about, right? Kells gave them a frustrated look. Just stick close to Gavrin and keep your shield ready. Leandra started towards the stairs. Gavrin followed a few paces behind her. Kells shrugged and followed a pace behind Gavrin. As soon as Leandra reached the top of the stairs, Gavrin whirled and drew his staff, sending a bolt of energy into the shadows below. The resulting magic briefly illuminated a slender figure. Immediately a barrier shimmered into existence, blocking the figure from fleeing back the opposite direction. The figure ran in the direction of the staircase. From above, Leandra leaped, landing atop him. By the time Kells and Gavrin reached her, she had the elven man's arms locked behind his back and was using her weight to keep him on the ground. He was cursing in Elvish. Gavrin responded in the same language, his voice tinged with amusement. The elven man immediately went silent. What was that? Kells raised an eyebrow as he moved in to help Leandra secure their captive. He made a rude remark about my mother. Leandra shrugged. Gavrin reminded him who my mother was. She patted the captive's shoulder. Which really should make you feel better about getting captured by us. The elven man sighed. We are being followed. Tissalan pitched his voice not to carry. 3 of them. Kieran replied softly. We dare not risk leading them back to the safe house. Sala forced herself to continue walking at the same pace. Sentinels. Kieran said the word quietly. Tissalan, you can outrun them, yes. Sala glanced at him. Lose them in the shadows. Easily, but you cannot. She squeezed Kieran's hand. Kieran and I have a different option. He smiled at her. You think you can? It is what I am, after all. She took a deep breath, and turned to look at Tissalan. Lose them, and then meet us at that ugly statue a block from the safe house. I will need you to narrow it down. Tissalan shook his head. This is Tevinter. Ah. Sala chuckled. The dragon that was carved by someone who'd only vaguely heard of dragons. Ready when you are. Tissalan nodded. Sala let go of Kieran's hand and called her magic to her. Together, they leaped off the nearby balcony. And spread their wings. He followed Carver to a small house near the Undercity. Carver pulled a key out of his pocket, and let them inside. They'd only taken a few steps when Carver stopped and frowned. "Where are we?" Cullen asked. Carver slapped himself in the side of the head. "For the love of Carver, I neglected to account for just how stupid the kids can be." He gestured at a pile of familiar-looking gear. "They are using the safe house." Cullen blinked. "You mean they are in here? Or were, recently?" Carver headed deeper in, and opened a closet. "And they found the cash." He started going through items. "What are you looking for?" "It's..." Carver growled with frustration. "Complicated. And I can't give you all the details anyway. No offense." "Some taken." Cullen narrowed his eyes. "You know the stories of the Blight." "It's..." Carver made a triumphant sound. "Got it." "Got what?" Cullen stared at him. "No time to explain. We need to get back. If you don't stop pacing, I'm going to sit on you." Tryan glared up at Duncan. "And I'm pretty sure Jaroth isn't going to stop me." Duncan sighed, and sat down. He immediately began fidgeting with his bow. "Sorry." He pulled at the collar of his tunic. "I've just never liked being stuck in a small room." He chuckled. "It occasionally made my visits to Kal Hirol awkward." Tryan chuckled. "I never figured out how you humans could stand all that sky above you. Too much air." "They'll be fine." Agatha smiled reassuringly. She leaned into Jaroth, and he put his arm around her. "They may be bunch of assholes, but they are pretty good at what they do. I don't see any demons." Caleb glanced at Loghain. "Just some cultists. 7 or 8. Any that look like they might be in charge." Loghain raised an eyebrow. "One has facial tattoos." "Pretty sure he is." Caleb nodded. Loghain and Eli exchanged a look. "We may need that one alive then, if he doesn't have the key on him." Eli drew her blade. "Let's go." With a solid kick, Loghain sent the door flying open. Eli went through it, her speed enhanced by her magic. She'd gutted the first of the men before anyone in the room could react. Loghain charged, using his sword to slice open one's throat while his shield sent another flying across the room. Caleb stepped just inside the door and used the crossbow to put a bolt in the leg of the man with the tattooed face. It was over before any of the cultists could mount a defense. The man with the tattooed face groaned, and his hands started to glow. Loghain set his blade against the man's throat. "I twitch, you die." "Where is the key?" Caleb asked. "What key?" The man swallowed, and Loghain moved his blade just slightly. A thin line of blood appeared on the man's neck. "Please." Caleb hardened his voice. "You know who we are. Do you really want to make us more annoyed than we already are?" "I." The man flicked his eyes between Caleb and Loghain. Caleb gestured at Eli. "Take one of his hands." She smiled fiercely, showing a hint of fang as she moved towards the captive, blade in hand. The man immediately spoke up. "My pocket." "It's in my pocket." Eli reached into the pocket, and pulled out a strange-looking key on a leather thong. She turned it over once before tossing it to Caleb. "It carries an enchantment." Loghain started to pull the sword away from the man's neck, and then brought his other hand down against the side of the man's head. The man slid to the floor, unconscious. "Let's go let our friends out." Caleb put the key around his neck and followed Loghain and Eli out of the room. "Are we sure taking him back to the safe house is a good idea?" Kells asked Gavrin. "Do you have another suggestion as to where to put him?" Gavrin shook his head. "In a pinch, we can always shove him into the Eluvian." "Do you even know how to work that thing?" Kells blinked. "Actually, yes." Gavrin nodded. "Or at least, I know how to use the normal ones." "Sort of." "Well, that is just so comforting." Kells threw up his hands. "What could possibly go wrong?" "I can't believe you just said that." Gavrin glared. "You realize now when everything goes wrong it's going to be your fault." Leandra sighed, and glanced at their captive. "If you tell us everything about Solas's plans, I promise I'll make them shut up." "An offer more tempting than it should be," the man replied. She rolled her eyes. Kells opened the door to the safe house, and she dragged their captive inside. They stepped into the foyer, and she stopped in her tracks and stared. Father. Next to her, Gavrin swallowed. Father. Kells went pale. Commander. Their captive winced. Finethus. Carver sighed. I wish I could say this even comes as a surprise. The city spread out below her. She pulled her wings in and dove before spreading them out once more and climbing back into the sky. How many days had she spent in Dark Town, watching the birds over the water, soaring free. Wishing she had wings of her own. She wasn't sure if it was her feathers keeping her airborne, or her heart. The sky was hers. A hawk called from next to her, and she turned her head just slightly to see Kieran matching her speed. He called again, and then sped up, dashing to the right. She echoed his call, and then beat her own wings faster. Within seconds she was in the lead again, and spun off towards the tallest building in the city. He followed. On red wings they raced, dancing in the air. His form was just slightly faster, but her lighter shape quickly proved more agile. She pulled her wings in and threaded a section under a bridge, while he was forced to go over and above. It broke her heart to put an end to the race as she called again, and began winging her way towards their destination. Despite the gravity of the situation, Cullen couldn't quite stop himself from smiling at the utterly dumbfounded look on Gavrin's face. How did you find us? Gavrin asked. Did you two forget who, exactly, I work for? Carver tapped his foot. Leandra and Gavrin exchanged an abashed look. Leandra rubbed her forehead. A little bit, yes. Commander, I. Kells shuffled his feet. You were kidnapped. Cullen nodded. I'm glad to see you are all right. He turned his eyes to his son. Admonishments could wait. Gavrin, how are your skills at healing? Gavrin blinked. Not bad. His eyes widened. Is someone hurt? Lenore, Brihan, and Adralicus were poisoned. Then we need Sala. Gavrin shook his head. She's the best healer I've ever seen. We don't have time to wait. Carver shook his head. Or to explain. He held up the small glass vial. And we already have a solution. I fail to see what a jar of ashes is going to. Kells started to say. He went pale again. Oh. Oh Maker. Cullen felt his own shock of realization. Ashes. He turned to Carver. Ashes. Like I said. Carver shrugged. Complicated. Let's. Cullen sighed. You can explain later. He turned back to his son. As can you. He barked the order. Move. He was somewhat gratified when all three of them immediately scrambled to obey. Kells dragged the captive sentinel with them. Cullen frowned. Is this to Salin? No. Kells shook his head. This is the guy the Dread Wolf assigned to follow us around after Gavrin threatened him. Gavrin did what? Yeah, might have been better if you hadn't mentioned that. Gavrin swallowed. He continued hurriedly. Tissalin is with Kieran and Sala. Their captive attempted to take advantage of Kells' distraction and tripped him. He started running as soon as Kells stumbled. And he made it about 4 steps before Carver grabbed him and lifted him into the air by his neck. With one hand. Cullen couldn't help but be just slightly impressed. Carver narrowed his eyes. Do I really need to explain why pissing me off further would be a very bad idea? Dragonsworn. The man managed to gasp out. Carver dropped him back to the ground. Do not forget that again. He gestured. Move. The captive nodded, and fell quietly into step with them. As a moment later did Gavrin, Leandra, and Kells. Cullen glanced at Carver out of the corner of his eyes. I might want an explanation for that later. Complicated. Kells tried to resist the urge to look over his shoulder. The commander had thus far reserved most of his glaring for Gavrin, but a few angry looks had been sent in his direction. At least Skyhold's latrines weren't too difficult to clean. And maybe he'd get lucky and Kieran would be right about the entire timeline resetting. There was a shout from behind them. Tathe, Bass. No. Leandra shook her head. They can't possibly have managed to survive that and track us here. Survive what? Colin glanced at her as he drew his sword. The dark spawn in the deep roads. Colin immediately whirled on Kells and Gavrin. You two went into the deep roads. Gavrin swallowed. Loghain didn't tell you that part. No. Colin narrowed his eyes. I'm guessing he knew it would infuriate me. He shook his head. Kells, I know my son is an idiot, but I expected a wiser head from you. He hung his head, and heard Gavrin immediately speak up in his defense. We didn't exactly give him a choice. We didn't have much of a choice ourselves. Leandra added. There are several very large men running in our direction. Their captive glanced at them. Carver turned to Kells and handed him the vial. The warehouse district dash. We know the location. Gavrin winced as his father glared at him again. We spotted Dorian earlier. Get your asses there, now. Carver drew his sword. Lives depend on that vial. We'll deal with this. Colin set his shield. Commander. Kells shook his head. Move, Lieutenant. Yes, Ser. He caught Gavrin's arm and tugged. Gavrin reluctantly fell into step with them. Leandra grabbed the captive and followed. She was almost to the statue when she saw the Cunary. A half-dozen of them were rushing towards two men. It was the ones approaching from stealth that had her concerned. She called out, a piercing sound, and Dove, buzzing past the shadowy form by the fountain. Tissalin immediately started moving. She heard Kieran's echoing call. Loghain looked over the bridge before heading out. Something about the entire thing seemed too easy. Surely the cult had to know their trap had been sprung. Maybe it wasn't his group they were waiting for. He glanced at Eli, and saw her nod. She felt it too. He kept his hand on his sword as he walked at a brisk pace. A run could still attract unwanted attention. They were halfway across the bridge when the section beneath their feet exploded. He slid as the stone gave way, sending them towards the city below. His foot hit one of the statues decorating the underside of the bridge, and he hooked his leg over it before lunging out to catch Eli and Caleb as they slid past. He locked his ankles together just as their weight pulled at him. Fire surged through his previously injured ribs, and he bit back a cry of pain. Pieces of the stone bridge struck the ground 100 feet below them. Eli and Caleb's feet both hung out in open air. He was only grateful neither started pulling at him in panic as he searched desperately for a way out of the situation. Carver caught movement out of the corner of his eye. More Cunary were moving in. Holding them off without revealing things it was better the commander of the Inquisition not know was going to be tricky. With the safety of his daughter at stake, perhaps even impossible. This is not good. Colin gestured, and Carver saw another group of Cunary moving in. There was a flash of movement behind them, and suddenly there was an elf at his side, dressed in the armor of a sentinel. For a moment, he thought it was the captive, but this man appeared older. A hawk called, and there was a flurry of wings. Sala appeared next to the elf, and Kieran appeared on the other side of Colin. Uncle Carver. Sala drew her staff. Colin blinked at them, and then looked at the elf. Tissalin, I presume. The children seem to be of the belief you require assistance. Glowing blades appeared in Tissalin's hands. I believe they may be correct. Several spears were hurled in their direction, bouncing harmlessly off a barrier that appeared. Get your wings back on, and get out of here. Colin glared at them as he gave the order. Uncle Carver. Kieran glanced at him. Yes. The commander may need to know. Right. Carver sheathed his blade. Carver, what are you doing? Colin asked. Carver smiled in response before drawing on what lay inside him. Caleb felt himself sliding, and scrambled for a handhold. He felt Loghain's hand close around his wrist, and reached up to grab the man's hand. He looked up to see Loghain had his legs wrapped around one of the decorative statues. Eli dangled from the man's other hand. Loghain grimaced. Can you get purchase? Eli reached up with her free hand, and growled. No. Loghain started to pull, and then cried out. He coughed, and a bit of blood speckled his lips. Damn it. He tried to find a foothold, but the smooth stone had nothing. Shit, shit, shit. He shook his head. We've got to get up, warn the others. He looked around. Maker. A lie. Loghain's voice was soft. She nodded up at him. It was fun. It was. Caleb saw them smile at each other. And then he screamed a protest as they both opened their hands. Check the description for the links to the author.